Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today, my dudes? Whoa. More Windwalker shenanigans. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I had to look at my keys again, and it just makes me sad. But, I think we can improve. I think we can get some work done today. I've made a few adjustments to try and make myself a bit more useful in a dungeon, I suppose. Um, since playing with like a pre-made, it's become a bit more apparent to me that it kind of makes sense to have focus macros for interrupts. Yeah, I know, a little bit crazy that I haven't had that up to this point. Um, so we've got that. That's kind of nice. So now, put a little marker on someone, interrupt them, let everybody know that that's what I'm going to do. Communication is key to winning, right? Surely that's going to make the difference, yeah? Other than that, we've also got an interrupt tracker now. Probably absolutely useless in a hug, but hopefully it works. I don't even know if it works, to be honest. I haven't not tested it. Probably a lot more useful in a pre-made, because I try to call interrupts and stuff. It's crazy to me that this isn't integrated into Blizzard's, well, it's just not integrated into the game. It's just insane, because anyone that's pugged or done M plus knows how important it is to know when people have kicks up and stuff like that, right? So, not having access to unknowing interrupts. I also have a gripe with not knowing when people have CC up as well. I have a gripe with everything, actually. I'm just a hater. Like, not knowing when, like, someone has, like, AMZ or Darkness. Oh my god, it's driving me mad at the moment when I play with my pre-mades. Because I just have to literally, like, assume they have it. I have to, like, count down in my head. Has this been 3 minutes? It's been roughly 3 minutes. Press Darkness, and then they say, don't have it, and it's like, okay, we're all gonna die then. But yeah, let's see. So, we're still on the goal to complete all our 17s. We're doing alright. I feel like I've been at this stage for like the past 2 weeks, but don't worry about that too much. It's about the journey, not how you get to the end, although I would like to get to the end soon. I don't know what the end is, but I'd like to get somewhere, which is somewhat the end. I think the biggest issue I'm going to have at the moment is guessing into 18s. I found this with my DK, right? Because when I played my DK, I pugged it quite a lot before I started playing with people that I know that take me into a group without checking if I'm actually good or not. Unlucky to them. But I think the biggest issue that I find is that if you have a loss of like a certain keystone level, you get invited quite frequently, right? So let's say I've got all these 17s and then I want to do a 17 Zenas. There's a high chance I get invited to that, right? Because they look at my score, they say, okay, this guy's pretty much done all those 17s, get him in. I think the absolute hardest time to get into a dungeon is when you've done all of those previous tier, and then you want to do the next one up. Because people will look at you and compare you to other players and be like, right, this guy hasn't done a single one of these dungeons. Why would I take them over someone that's done even just one, because it just shows that they're capable of doing it. So we're at this like really awkward spot where applying to 18s is kind of really difficult because my character has no credentials to say, hey, this guy's actually capable of timing an 18, which is understandable because, like I do get it. When you've got like 30 DPS signing up for a key, you're going to take someone that's not even done an 18? I mean, would I take someone that's not even done an 18? Probably not, no. Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't actually, in fact. So, we're going to have to get a little bit lucky with getting into dungeons. I don't really want to do my own key. Like the past few seasons, I usually just pushed my own key. But I don't really feel like I'm that desperate at this point to have to push my key. Like do a dungeon for no score and then push it up. I think I wouldn't want to do that until it's like at least a 19. I feel like so I play a lot of keys on my DK at the moment, and like these are relatively not hard dungeons. Like I mean they are hard, but they're like it's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm trying to do like 20s and 21s and stuff on my DK. Like in comparison, these are like kind of chill, but so I don't really want to push my own key yet, because one, that just infuriates me. There's nothing worse than popping your own key into the, you know, you form a group. It takes you like 5 to 10 minutes to even form this group. You know, you've got the elitist players in the game, the Pug Nation. We're all getting ready. We're all potted up. We eat our food. We lock in. I put the keystone in. The tank runs into the first trash pack. Nobody interrupts. Everybody dies. I've got a keystone that's now less and I'm tilted. You know, there's nothing... There's actually nothing worse than that. I don't mind... I mean, it tilts me when it's someone else's key, right? Because it's like, well, come on, guys. We're going to time this. When it's my key, oh my god. Get me out. Don't people know you and know you are good? No. No. No, not really. I don't think anyone knows me. Except for you guys. You guys know me. I don't know if I'd call myself good, though. I don't know if you'd call me good. But you're YouTube famous? I wouldn't say that. I think I've got a good, like... Windwalkers know me, I think, is the best way to put it. Because most of my community is Windwalkers, right? So I've like a good amount of people that know me that are Windwalkers, generally. So Windwalkers, maybe Brewmasters, Mistweavers, that sort of jazz. But in like the wider WoW circle, no. No, not really. It's the meme, it's like, who? you drop your name and they're just like, who? There's no name. Hello, I'm from the Middle East. What's the add-on that shows you the ability you use? It's crazy for rotation. Oh, you're talking about this one at the bottom of the screen. I imagine. It is a... Well, there's a bunch of different add-ons that you can use for it, but I use an add-on called Wild U Tools, which is up here. It has like a lot of like kind of quality of life functionality, but I just pretty much kind of just use it for the GCD history. I think I use it for like one or two other things, like questing. It can be useful for highlighting mobs and stuff like that. With I think it shows me like how many more I have to kill, so it's quite useful for questing. But primarily I use it for GCD history, but I'm pretty sure Details has its own one baked in. A bunch of add-ons have it, but that's the one I use. All right, let's enough beating around the bush. Let's sign up for keys. Oh god, a 19? Oh no, it's not. Keep a tank. I'm not getting into that. I think I try the 18s. You know, I've got nothing to lose other than my, you know, ego getting absolutely shattered because no one accepts me to a key. Other than that, I've got like nothing to lose. So yeah, I'll try these 18s, and then the issue is just because I only have the one Nexus that I need for a 17, and the biggest issue of that is like that there's gonna be very minimal amount of 17s. Okay, never mind. Hold on, this guy wants a monk preferred. Wait, hold up. Monk preferred? I don't think I've ever seen anyone say monk preferred before. Lock in. Okay, well that's cool. I genuinely, and like it's not like he was talking about like monk, tank, or healer. This guy wanted a Windwalker. That's crazy to me. Okay, good start, good start. I need to move this interrupt tracker a little bit, I think. Oh, I forget what the add-on's called. Blizzy, isn't it? Interrupts, unlock the position. Oh, god. Like, just over there, I think it's useful. I don't know how good this actually is. I don't know if, like, other people also have to have the add-on for it to work. I imagine it, like, works kind of the similar way to how we're tracking defensives and stuff at the moment. But the issue with, like, some of these is that these trackers actually aren't, like, 100% accurate a lot of the time. Like, they're kind of like a rough a rough estimate of when people have cooldowns. And realistically, as like a DPS, I don't really need to know when people have their defensives. I'd much prefer to be able to see, like, you know, when does my tank have Vortex? When does he have the other one, the one that pushes them away? You know what I mean. You know, when do they have their CC cooldowns? I wish I could still see cooldowns. I do miss that a lot. Because knowing when someone has cooldowns is rather important, right? Because you go into like a trash pack or something and you see, okay, the warrior has cooldowns, this guy's cooldowns, my cooldowns are coming up. There's no point me sending here, I'll send on the next pack. It just made, I don't think it made things easier. It just made sense to be able to track things like that. Like, it's not necessary. You can time all these dungeons and do all these dungeons and play Mythic Plus without interrupt trackers, without any of these trackers at all. But it was always it's just extra information that was useful. I'm just surprised it's not baked into Blizzard's own thing. Maybe you were 12.1, right? You know? Because, like, if you watch, like, the MDI, you can see that on the MDI, they track cooldowns, they track interrupts. So, I mean, like, my hope would be that they're going to add it to the game, right? Because it's just useful. You don't have to use it. I think their issue was that, like, I think the reason they took away interrupt tracking, I think they said it was because it was toxic. And I get that. I mean, I guess it can be a bit toxic, right? But maybe it can be like an opt-out system. I don't know. I just think it has some usefulness to it. But it is what it is. Mini CC's working on it, I think. Yeah, I had Mini CC. I literally just went off of Mini CC yesterday because this one that I have has the interrupt tracker and it has the same functionality. Because if you look at party CDs, it looks like they're trying to get there. Like, it shows some offensive cooldowns, but like they're very limited. I don't know if it's like something to do with like how the offensive abilities are coded or something that they can show these ones specifically. Yeah, the defensives are useful. I mean, I'll take what I can get, honestly. Only because of you and the add-on, my damage on Windwalker got crazy and I got to push my 16. Hey, no worries, my dude. I'm glad I could help. Congrats on pushing the 16s. And the crazy damage. Oh, I love this dungeon. I think this dungeon lives and dies by your first pull. If you can successfully do the first pull in Nexus NS, you're probably going to time the dungeon, right? Like, realistically. I just think it's such a messy pull. Because usually, what happens nowadays is you just pull this entire side, which is definitely not necessary for a 18, 17 even. You can probably just play this really slow. This is what you have to do at the higher key levels, like this entire pull. It's not the worst pull in the world, but it is pretty horrible. It's not fun. Let's just say it's not a fun pull. We'll just have to see. There's also a lot of casters in here. I think I want to be trying to kick the Adepts. I think that the Arcanists are pretty bad when they get their cast off, but they cast so infrequently, it's probably just worth CCing them with, I don't know, like a leg sweep or something, but I need to be getting all the kicks on the, I don't even know what they're called, they're probably called Shadow Bolts or something, knowing this game. Arcane Bolt, who knows. Alright, let's turn this bar off. We're flashed up, we're oiled up, lubed up. We are not fed. Let's feed ourselves. Make sure we're in the right talents, always useful. Yeah, this looks looks somewhat correct. Looks good enough. I'm considering, do I have a macro? I'm actually going to add another macro here that I've been using. Which one is it called? It's the... Because usually I'm the target marker. Marked skull. Yeah, I'm going to put this on my bars. I don't think it's necessary, really, but I think it's just useful. It's useful in when I'm playing with my pre-made to be... Oh, I not put a keybind on. Classic. It's useful to be able to mark the priority target. Let me just see if this works. Yeah, alright, cool. I can put skull marker on, and then let's make sure my other marker works. Yeah, cool. All these fancy new gadgets, and I'm still going to deplete this key. Haha. Isn't it better to go for crit flask, send recklessness pot first, then puzzle box? In my current situation, even with a flask of the Blood Knight, the haste one, I have more crit than haste, so my recklessness will proc crit. And then yeah, you send it before the puzzle box. It's just what sims the best. Some people sim having haste give them better damage. Some people sim crit. It's Windwalker's stats are extremely balanced at the moment, secondary wise, when it comes to crit mastery and haste. Like it's genuinely like balance in all things. Chi, very RP. But our secondary stats are like literally you pretty much want them to all be more or less the same. It's like a good general recommendation. Like you can see all these numbers are relatively close to each other. Like 900, 900, 850 odd. Alright, turn brain on. Do not use Tiger's Lust, you stupid monk. You need this. Alright, what are we pulling? I love never knowing what we're pulling. We're pulling this, aren't we? Okay. This is a massive pull, by the way. This is bigger than what you'd actually do normally. I'm not even joking. Oh, I'm dead, aren't I? Oh, please. Yeah, this is actually bigger than what you'd pull on like a 19, which kind of makes sense because it's a low keystone, but I got very awkward position there. I didn't realize he was going to pull them back. Usually you play up the field. That's my bad. One death? You know what? I will take this as a big success. I'm not even joking. That is like genuinely big success. I gotta get used to target marking on my monk. I feel a little bit scuffed with it. Oh, you're joking. Oh, Paladin. Oh, a little bit awkward with cooldowns there. Alright, we'll have puzzle box up for the next pull, so that's kind of nice. Oh, okay, we're just doing this. That's fine. Better safe, honestly, just better safe. These mobs die so quickly. Please don't cast during Fist of Fury. Close enough. I'm just gonna save Zenith here for the boss. I don't know if it is worth armoring that, because I'm not going to have a defensive for the big knot. I think it's okay. Like, Fort Bruges not coming up in time. Oh, this positioning's a little bit awkward. I'm not even going to send cooldowns, I just can't hit the boss. That's fine.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. I did Fort Brew that. I just wasn't a massive fan of my health at the time. I think it's better to just be overdo the defensives than underdo them, if that makes sense.
2, 1.
I think we're going around this way, aren't we? So this makes sense. Oh! Hold on. Okay. Ooh, this is awkward. Can we kill him in time?
5, 4, 3,
Boys!
2, 1.
We could have done that. We could have killed him if we committed. That's alright, we all survived. But we could have, he was like 400k. Maybe I could have killed him if I got scared there at the end. When it hit 2 seconds, I was like, The warrior also stayed, props. Finally a streamer that doesn't play a meta spec. This meta is so rancid and boring. Oh good god, don't, yeah. Yep, I don't play meta specs. Don't look at my DK. Don't ask me why I changed my name. don't ask me why I changed the channel name. Yes, I play. No, I don't play meta specs. All right, mark this guy. I don't know how big he's going here. Gotta be very careful here. I'm just gonna leg sweep that because it's a little bit awkward positioning for the interrupt. And then we get the interrupt natty. I was considering not doing another Zenith. Zenith? I forget my bloody monk abilities are called. Zenith, yes. I main monk. But I think it's fine. I think there are enough ads up to justify it. And then I'm gonna thingy here. I'm gonna triple stomp as well because the smudges were quite low HP. And I wanted to make sure I got value from hitting all of them. A little bit greedy. But I'm a DPS whore, so here's what it is. And then we'll go on the Dread Flail. Gotta be careful of the frontal. Yeah, I much prefer this this wing of this dungeon. I genuinely just think it's because there aren't as many interrupts. It's not a massive pull, we've got some pretty big ads here. This guy's gonna frontal now. It's gonna get a little bit spicy actually. I might karma. I think Fist should just about hit it. Fist's range is like absolutely minute though, by the way. Finish off this guy, because we don't really want him in the next pack. Mark him, mark him. Mark. Gotta watch out for the lines. I think we're good. Well, I almost was not good, actually. Ring a piece them. I mean, there's a lot of good interrupting going on in this group. So I'm not having to interrupt anywhere near as much as I usually would have to, which is nice. Do we focus the Dread Flail? Oh god. I think it depends if he pulls all the way up to the top or not. Gotta be careful here, got a little bit of aggro. I don't think we're pulling all the way up to the top. Yeah, we're not. That's fine. Gotta watch out for the frontal from this guy. I think it was worth using Zenith now, because my goal is to essentially try not to use it until we get to the boss. I might have to use it once, actually. So it's on 30 seconds now. We've got 2 more waves coming in. 20 seconds into the... Well, it's like 30 seconds into the boss fight, you get the amp. We'll see. I might have to use it on the next trash pack. But I'd like to go into the damage amp basically with... What am I trying to say? I'd like to go into the damage amp with like 20 stacks of Tiger Eye. I don't know if I can send Zenith here. I don't know why I keep saying Zenas. It's because I'm in the dungeon, Zenas. It's actually probably fine to do it. No, yeah, it will be fine. I'll definitely have it up when we need it. And I'd be very surprised if I don't reach 20 stacks. We're basically building up stacks now. We'll also have a puzzle box for it. But basically, it's the perfect situation. I just gotta make sure I'm not an idiot and die during the boss fight to the ad frontal. So that happens a lot. You'd be surprised how many times you get to like the damage jam. Everyone forgets there's this ad that melee frontals, and your entire team just die. Yeah, so now the front is coming out. I was a little bit delayed there. That was a little bit poor. I could have got in faster, for sure. We made sure to use Fort Brew before Karma there, so that we got a bigger Karma shield. So you just gain more damage from it. Yeah, I could have been in there like at least... I could have puzzle boxed sooner, I think, is the issue there. I also need to move this because it's overlapping with my interrupts, which is triggering me. We'll have no defenses for the next one, though, so that needs to be kind of... recognized. Please get off. I'm actually gonna... I'm gonna use Zenith here. It sounds a little bit crazy, but it means the ads die. So I'm going to get it again. In fact, I'm not even gonna send it. I think we kill. I'd rather have it for the massive pack that's about to come up. I think that was fine. I probably should have held. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm well overthinking it. It does not matter. All that matters is I didn't double send. Because if I double send, I have nothing for this big trash pack coming up, and that would be bad. That would be troll. Don't want to bother you, but how do you do so much damage on boss? It's rotational gear. A little bit of both, I think. Gear definitely helps. Max item level. I'm okay, I guess, pretty good with the rotation. Also, that boss has a massive damage amp as well, so a bit unrealistic on damage. I was a little bit slow on marking the new ad. I'd like to think that the skull markers are helping. I don't know if they actually are. I mean, I'm sure they are somewhat. I think we just pull this on the bridge. I don't think there's any issue just playing this slow. I wish I had Ring, but it's on cooldown from the previous pack. Ring would have been good there. I'm gonna be careful. I'm just gonna pop defensives. I don't feel happy about this situation. These ads cast so much as well. It's kind of disgusting how often they cast. We are not doing well here. I'm out of energy as well because I had to spam heal myself. Oh, I hate... Oh, don't even get me started. Also, getting hit by the frontal is not helping. Oh, I'm just sending Xenath. This is just stupid. I called it Xenath again. Zenis. I mean, I survived the damage, but then, you know... I mean, I talked about it a bit in the video I made it the other day about survivability. Obviously, I think a lot of that was my stupidity that made me have to be in that situation to have to spam heal myself. I think my point is that I had to do it, even though it's a issue I created, right? Oh, I have to interrupt that. That feels bad. But then I come out of it with no energy, so I can't even then continue my rotation. So essentially, I did 0 damage there just to stay alive for... I don't even know how long. I want to say, like, easily like 8 seconds. It was my fault a little bit, of course. But at the same time, like, other specs don't really have to do that to... You don't get massively punished. You don't have to just spend like 8 seconds not dealing damage just to heal yourself, right? It just feels bad. And then realistically, this boss is just kind of free. I'll find a way to wipe on it, but it is kind of free. Unlike higher keystones, you have to do this boss with the with those light dudes, the ones that made life hell over there. You got to pull them into this boss as well. It is a horrible experience. It makes this boss free to very unfun. This is such a long boss fight. I looked at his health, he's only 50%. We will get Puzzle Box again in a sec, though. So we'll get the Puzzle Box Zenith. I think I delay it as well. I think I only get one more Zenith this fight. So I might as well try to get the biggest one I can. I'm blind. Eventually, I want to make it 20 stacks before I send it, because I don't think I get another one. 40 seconds is a little bit too long. Think I dodged the healer there? Unsure. 50-50. I did or I didn't. Oh, looks, turns out that I do get another Zenith. Am I blind? Am I blind? He's up here. Nice. That was pretty clean. That was alright. It was alright. Is PK Porno the alter ego that actually times keys? Oh man. That just shows how bad it's been. That just shows how rough it's been. No, don't worry. The alter ego also depletes keys. That comes later. you always got to start the day strong. The day always starts strong. Like, that's the peak. And then you just slowly dive off the cliff. Hopefully the dive isn't too soon. Hopefully it's at the very end. Yeah, but no, that was good. Damage kind of makes sense for what I'd expect it to be. Maybe I could have done more spinning crane kick, to be honest. Oh my god, Calm is such a good ability, dude. Wow. I'm glad this reflects damage. Well, I don't know what I'd do without it. Monk does need more passive tankiness, though. It does. No, it does. I'd like to see them address some stuff in 12.1. I don't think they'll do a lot, to be honest. Because like my thoughts on it were that there's like a bunch of stuff that need realistically doing to make it so that it's just not in the state that it is now. Obviously they need to look at the defensives. I mean, I had some ideas for it. Like my ideas were basically make Fort Brew on a 2-stack. I think was my preferred idea. And then maybe reduce its cooldown. But then not have it be 15 seconds. I just think 15 seconds is too long for any defensive to be. Like, there are some situations where there is 15 seconds of concurrent, like, constant damage, which it actually can be useful for. But 9 times out of 10, you pop a Fort Brew, and, like, damage is not 15 seconds long, so you don't even get full value from the defensive, usually. Like, most defensives are, like, 8 seconds, 10-ish, which doesn't sound like a lot of time difference, but by making them shorter, you then have the abilities to add stacks to it, or you have the ability to reduce its cooldown time. So I'd take that change any day, right? I'd make it like a 6-second defensive if it was like a minute with 2 stacks. I think that's super reasonable. I just think we need like an extra button to press is the biggest thing in like the defensive rotation. Even if it's just 2 stacks of Fort Brew, right? Just that extra button technically is a 3rd defensive, right? I mean, I know it's not. It's 2 stacks of Fort Brew. It's a 3rd button to press. I think Windwalker needs stamina. I think it's crazy that we don't have any stamina nodes. Like, look at my health, right? It's 448k at max item level. That's on the very lower side of health. It's it's pretty rough. Like, just a stamina node, but that's the sort of thing I don't think they'll add. That's the sort of thing I don't think they'd change until, like, that's like a rework of the talent expansion sort of change. I think that's very wishful thinking. I think Vivify should heal more. I think it just feels so bad. But yeah, there's a bunch of things. There's a bunch of things I'd like, but I think if all they did was just make the defenses a little bit better, and more frequent to be able to use, I think that's probably a good deal, like a good middle ground of things to get soon. So hopefully in 12.1 we get something like that. Whether it be like a brand new defensive that they bring, or they bring something else back like Dampen Harm or Diffuse Magic. They're probably not going to bring Diffuse Magic back, but even like just bringing like Dampen Harm or something, just anything, would make things a little bit easier to manage. How much HP do I have? Yeah, I know, 448. I have less than your monk. You know, your healer. I wasn't, like, I had to think about it when we were playing yesterday. I was like, I gaslit myself into thinking I had more health. Like, this is, like, it's insanely low. Like, it's 50k less or 40k less than your healer has. Like, oh, am I taking crazy pills? I know, it's an extremely low HP spec. What am I listening to? This is kind of just, I like this remix. Or this version of this. I'm destroying Demon Hunters, DKs, and locks, but don't have the defenses to survive above 18 without stealing defenses from evokers. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, right? I mean, I'm sure that Dabnell's going to eventually like surpass where he's at now key wise, but like the highest keys Windwalker's done is at 22. Which is still high, right? Like I think the highest keys in the world at the moment are 24s and stuff. But basically in that group comp, the Windwalker replaces the DK, right? Which is a crazy trade. That is an insane trade to make. Because I think the biggest issue is that in that group comp, the healer has to babysit the evoker, right? Like in a DK Demon Hunter evoker comp, the Demon Hunter and the DK should be able to fend for themselves pretty well. And the evoker is the one that needs like proper babysitting. That thing is squishy. But then if you add the Windwalker into that group comp, suddenly you have two things you have to babysit, and it gets like that's the biggest issue, survivability. Like I don't think like damage is fine. Windwalker damage is very competitive with other specs. It probably can't reach the highs of like something like a DK can, right? Because they're just Omega Busted or Demon Hunter. They're just really, really good. But it's competitive with the majority of the specs damage-wise. That's not the issue. That's not the problem with Windwalker at the moment. You gem stamina and watch Touch of Karma melt your enemies. DPS increase. Okay. Watch it melt my enemy. Oh god. Anything Touch of Karma is melting in my brain whenever I have to press it. Crafted rings only 1k HP. Pain. Who's my favorite Frost Mage? I don't really have a favorite Frost Mage. Oh no, I do. Wait, no, the one I play with in my guild. Cindy. Cindy's my favorite Frost Mage. I think she plays Frost. I don't actually know. I mean, didn't all mages have to play Frost this year? Yeah, they play Frost. But afterwards, it's you, buddy. Don't worry. You're my second favorite Frost Mage. Do I have the 3-stam glove enchant? No, I do not have the 3-stam glove enchant, but now you mention it, it probably is worth getting, isn't it? I feel like it would be criminal to complain about my stamina without taking the elusive +3 stamina. You're right. Do you know what it's called? Times are desperate, right? I'm not taking this because I want a complete enchant set. I'm taking this because I need it to survive damage. We are not the same. You know, people, a lot of players want it because they're like, yes, I just want to like fully enchant all my gear with everything available, and it's kind of cool. Me, I need this. You are correct. I forget what it's called though. I think I can just go in enhancements and then go hands. That one's strength. Am I EU or NA? I am EU. I am from Great Britain. Great Britannia. Am I stupid? I mean, the answer to that question is just always yes, but am I blind? Enchant glove. I think I am stupid. I don't... Stam? Is it wrist enchant? I looked at... I need to Google this. I looked at this the other day. +3 stam gloves. Do. Heavy not hide armor kit. Yeah, it's this. Alright, so we're 448k health at the moment. Let's see what these bad boys put me up to. Wait, am I stupid? Oh no, it's for gloves. My health bar didn't move. Oh wait, what? Oh no. I thought it would at least go up 1. Oh my god. Alright, well I suppose if I survive by like 60 damage, like not 60k, but just straight 60 damage, maybe these gloves are worth it. I take what I can get. Don't know what the Forest Hunter ones? Is there another one? Can have a look. Forest. I have these. These are the leg enchants, right? Like the Forest Hunter ones are for the legs. Those are the ones I already have. I think these ones are like literally just gimmicky. I don't even know where they came from. It's +3 stamina to your gloves. It's not really anything. This ain't saving you from nothing. It's a thing going around at the moment that everybody is putting on +3 stamina on the gloves. Might as well. Can we get a talent to increase our HP, please, God? Yeah, no, I was literally just talking about that, but we need a stamina talent, I think. You'd be surprised, like, pretty much every other spec has one. Every other DPS spec has one besides Mage and Rogue. But Rogue's defensives are miles better than Windwalker's defensives. They also have a cheat death, which is kind of nice, right? I'd say Mage is probably, like... Mage... It's probably in the worst position than Windwalker. I think they're about on par with each other. I think that the issue is, or the flexibility Mage has, is I think it's just Arcane, right, that suffers the most. Like, I'm not a Mage main. I've never really played it. I know Arcane is in the worst spot. But they have the option to then play Frost, right, which is, I don't know if it's that much of a better spot, but I think it's better, has a bit more survivability. The issue with Windwalker is you have no choice. Like, if you DPS as Windwalker, that's it. There's no hidden ranged Windwalker spec that you can go to. Chi Walker, Chi Fister. That I'm not good at names. They bring lust, so better spot. Yeah, correct. Yeah, true. Also, you asked why the name change. I kind of made a video on it. But like the TLDR is, I felt quite pigeonholed into the content I was making. If that makes sense. Like, to me, when you're called Windwalker POV, I felt like the only thing that I could do was Windwalker content. So like, even if I wasn't really pigeonholed, right? Like, let's say I could post whatever I want, right? It's my channel. Like, I can kind of do what I want to a degree. But in my own, like, mind, I felt like it didn't make sense. So I just decided to name change to, like, the name that I've used in, I suppose, online for the past 10 or so years, 15 years. But then still make Windwalker content, right? Like, that's not going away. But it just makes me feel better in myself to then, if I want to do something, let's say I want to play a DK on stream, I don't think to myself, this is stupid, you can't play a DK when you're called Windwalker POV. Let's say I want to, you know, run it down mid lane and solo queue, play a little bit of League of Legends and then hate myself. I feel like I can actually maybe do that now. I don't know. I think it's a me thing. It's just a me thing that I wanted to do, if that makes sense. Overthink things. Let's put it that way. Overthink things a little bit. Yeah, literally, why is Windwalker POV playing a DK? He's a liar. Which is funny when people type that, and it makes me laugh, but at the same time, I feel like I can't do it. Alright, we've got all our 17s. I guess I can log off for the day now. It's been a good run. We have streamed for 57 minutes. That's good. Let's call it a shift. I'm just kidding. Let's go deplete some keys and hate ourselves. Because now we get to play the game. No one invites me to a key because you do not have the credentials. Why would someone ever invite someone to an 18 when they don't have any 18s complete? So we've got to find people that are desperate I guess. I guess. Maybe they'll just mistake me. They'll see the like the kind of like turquoise teal sort of greenish color and think, oh, okay, nice. Ignore everything I just said. Why are there like 50,000 paladin icons on my screen? There's no way I need to track all of this shit. There's absolutely no way. I need to have a word with this add-on. I also insta apply to groups that have a monk. I figured they're into charity. To be fair, yeah, I do that as well. Like if I see a monk in a group, I think to myself, yes, monks stick together, right? And sometimes they do. Sometimes you do get invited. Green class to get this strong. We need food buff. That's fine. We probably want to oil up. I would love to get half this shit off my screen before we pull, but I'm not gonna delay the key. Oh god.
5,
I think it's
4, 3,
what am I even looking at right now?
1.
Okay, well I guess it's staying there. Oh no, it's not. Let me
5,
just get rid of all this shit.
3, 2.
Alright, I have no idea what those paladin abilities are, but it looks cleaner than it did. Don't ask me what happened. I fell. Also, I should be hitting the Lich right now. I don't know why I marked that one. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. So we made a couple of mistakes there. We weren't punished for it. The first mistake was rolling into the pit. The second mistake was not marking the Lich. So I kind of baited people into... Oh, we have 2 Tiger's Lusts, actually. That should be fine. I'm gonna mark the Gargoyle as well. Get that shit dead.
Only the strong
Okay.
survive.
Oh, I was too busy focusing on freeing the DK. Did not need to free the DK.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Maybe I'll just be on the Arcanist, fuck it. I'll just perma-kick the cadavers. Honestly, I forgot the cadavers were even a thing. So that's the third mistake of the dungeon. I didn't realize that we had a Frost EK. That's interesting. Oh, this is a strange pull. I guess target this guy makes most sense. I think I'm just going to save my big cooldowns here for the next pack. It makes no sense to send them here. I just need to remember that I need to kick the Arcanist Cadaver. So obviously that guy's focus. Cadaver mark there. Does the Cadaver want to cast? And then for the next pack, we're going to have big cooldowns and puzzle box. I have no idea how to tell which person's being gripped up by this gargoyle. I think it shows on the screen, but it's like the tiniest icon imaginable. Is this something I can fix myself? Absolutely, I probably could. Do I know how to? No. Does this make me a bad player? Yeah. Should we move on from this subject? Why am I attacking the Cadaver? Oh, I know who to remove the root from there. It's me. It's myself. The Lich has to die. I think it's the Mage. I mean, I don't have targets lost. When he starts pulsing, we pop port, remove this from ourselves, we kick, we just do it all. What doesn't he do? Then we want to kill this guy. So once we kill this guy, the tank can start moving again, and we like it when the tank moves. I mean, it was a rocky start to the dungeon. I played awfully. I think we've picked it up a little bit. Okay, there is an icon. I can see it. The healer got to it first. It's like a little claw. Oh, I need to make that bigger somehow. So I feel like if I'm having to squint to work out who I need to free, this is not good. I don't know if you can do that with base Blizzard UI. I want to say, hopefully. But deep down in my heart, you probably can't because it's baseline Blizzard UI. Are we pulling this? We are pulling this, okay. Did I forget how to play the game for a second there? I did, yes. I spend like time marking stuff and then I just forget what I'm doing. I wish nameplates didn't jump around so much. So they're all like mouse over macros. But then if like the frames move in like weird janky ways, it kind of counters me out. It's not always the case. Sometimes I'm just stupid. Oh, get him on kick. Focus him. Pump DPS. The Cadaver's casting. Everybody panic. There's a Cadaver in the group. What do I have? What do I have? I have paralysis, I have ring. I think we're fine. I'm worrying too much. The tank is taking a beating though. Alright, now we're on, this boss is kind of free, so I can kind of just chill out a little bit now. Take some deep breaths. Probably don't get hit by those circles, is always good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think I'll Fort Brew this one. And then I'll Karma the next one. Am I safe here? I have no idea. I don't quite know what when we're making these land, but I think that is okay. Well, it kind of looks like we're just dropping them in the middle of the room. That's kind of cool.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, we'll Karma this one. The next pull's going to be pretty sketchy. I think I need to make sure I have at least one major defensive up for it. Oh, we lusted this. Oh, fuck me, that's horrible.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No defensive for this. I take it Natty? Smile? Oh, I got Cocoon. Where are we going then? I'm just going to go down here. It's fine. I don't really want to Fort Brew this, but I feel like it's extremely greedy not to. I just know the next trash pack is really...
5, 4,
It's rough.
3,
I am going to Fort Brew this. This is also rough. I don't want to send coolies here. I want it all for the next trash pack. Hopefully we kill it before the big damage comes in, because I also don't want to pop Karma. There's no winning. Nah, surely it dies.
5, 4, 3,
Oh no.
2, 1.
I can't even Karma this, because he's... okay. Okay, you can die now. Fun's over. Like, I could have sent the Zenith, but it's more important, I think, for this. This is a very scary pack. So I'll mark him. Mark the Lich. Puzzle box. Like, it's not an awful pack, but any pack with a Lich, like, it's a very small pack, but any pack with a Lich is, like, needs to be... You need to worry about it. So the moment it drops past 50% health, it does more damage. So, like, that might be... To you, that might look like, oh, that was chill. Nothing happened. No one even took any damage. Yeah, because... because you got annihilated. I'm gonna mark the Kataba. Mark this guy. Send. Oh! No! I'm not a tank! Help! I think that was like the last mob I'd ever want to be attacking me. That's the like tank buster mob. Any other mob I wouldn't have minded too much. Not that guy, ideally. I was terrified he was going to slash me. This is very awkward for death bolts. I just kind of hope the mage can carry the interrupts, but I need to keep an eye on it, I think. Because the death bolt will just one-shot us. We have cooldowns though, that's kind of nice. Whee! Wait, no. I don't know why my brain thought I could just jump onto the boss. I literally had brain lag, and then I realized that's a boss. I cannot do that. Okay, that one went alright. So I think here, it's not a bad idea to Zenith here, but I think I'm just going to try save my Zeniths for the spawns of the ads. So I think you're likely not going to wipe, or you're not going to die on this phase, right? If you're dying on this phase, then, you know, God, you need help. But you're going to die to the, like, massive, constant, like, tick damage, rot damage from the sucks. So if I save my big cooldowns for that, I think that's useful. This is the wrong ad. Well, at least GTFO still works for some things. They are kind of stacked nicely here, though. I think this is a 10-second Zenith, so I'll get a lot of boss damage in here. I am gonna have cooldowns for the next ad pack. Like ad pack is in during this boss fight, but I think it's more important to have it for the actual next trash pack. No joke. There's no way are we actually just focusing these guys? I mean, this hurts. I won't lie. I mean, it's pretty based. I respect it. Yep. Okay. Oh, please don't fall down the hill. Please don't fall down the hill. Please don't fall down the hill.
Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
It's a little bit concerning that Skull isn't dying first. I probably will send Puzzle Box on the next pull, because it's a... I was debating sending it on this one or the one afterwards. I think this one makes sense, because it's got the Lich. And as I said earlier, the Lich is probably the most dangerous mob in the dungeon. Timer looks absolutely fine. Lich has to die first. Where are we going? Holy shit, are you going all the way to the top? You actual madman. I'll tell you what, this is not necessary at all. But my god, is it based.
Only
Oh.
the strongest survive.
Yay. I don't think I've ever had those mobs leap on me. Ow. I honestly didn't even know that was a mechanic. I mean, I knew that they leapt. I didn't know it dealt damage. Was that like a me positioning thing? I imagine it has to be dodgeable. Group was stacked, so elite was shared. Yeah, I literally just saw this like, so I was stood on the tank, I think, and then I just saw like 5 mobs just jump on my head. I didn't stand a chance. I think... I fought this, it's fine. I think I'll send one Zenith here. Just because it's still got like 30% health. And I'm probably not going to send another Zenith until the ad phase. So I want to build up stacks, right? Make the ad phase manageable. Kill it before we get burst. Nice. Yeah, so I'll save... Actually...
Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Oh, I will have Zenith up. I think it's maybe greedy to save for so long with a puzzle box. I maybe send on pull, send on the trash pack, next puzzle box with the... I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. I feel like holding for so long is just greedy and steals boss damage. And by steal boss damage, I literally just mean it means I'm not like contributing to the actual boss damage as much as I could be. I maybe could have touched a death bit, but I didn't like those. I was not a fan of the circle's positioning there. So I thought maybe just ring a piece made more sense, get out. Someone else will surely kill it. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense than what I was going to do. So I'll have Puzzle Box up for the next trash pack now. And then another Zenith. Rather than holding Puzzle Box and getting like just one application for the entire fight. Me smart. I use my brain sometimes and it's effective. Only sometimes. Only sometimes though. Oh, why does that make me laugh? You have to be in the middle of these. I never know if you can like just clip the edge. I need to be very careful with aggro here. I don't know why I opened my inventory. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you open your inventory mid-combat. Happens. Maybe you're onto something. I am timing keys now that I've done a name change. Maybe this is what I needed. The alter ego that actually times keys. Maybe this is what you should just do every time you're depleting keys. Just rename. Yeah, no, that was good. Damage was a little bit low though, I think, overall. So I think we, like, yeah, could have done a bit better time-wise, but it was alright. I died twice. How'd I die? Am I stupid? What did I do to die? Oh, yeah, I didn't interrupt the nether burst. Yeah, that was stupid. And I died another time?
Misa is now following.
What did I die to the second time? I don't know, probably something else stupid.
I could not save them.
Yeah, that was good.
You Arthas. Damn you! The Frost Queen is gone.
Oh, yes, the leap. Which only happened, like, literally, like, 5 minutes ago.
Our objective is needed.
Oh my god, my memory's so bad. Yeah, the mega leap when the boys just pounced on my face. Good times. I'd say that death was probably less avoidable than the first one. The first one was just we failed an interrupt. That is just that is just stupid. Honestly, I just forgot it was a cast in this dungeon. So that's fair. After that, I had pretty much had every kick on every single one of them. Basically, because you want to basically assign one person to always kick them, so no one else has to worry about it. Is usually useful. And the leap, I mean, if I knew the leap was coming, I probably could have like ringed a piece or something. But I just had no. I wasn't expecting it. Have I played any Enhanced Shaman in this patch? I've never played Enhanced Shaman in my life. It's one of the few classes that I've never actually played. I haven't played any of the Shaman classes. Not on Classic, not on Retail, not since I started playing the game in Warlords of Draenor. That's one of the specs that or classes I've never made a character for. It's never appealed to me. I don't know, the class fantasy of dude who puts totems down, it just, I don't know, never appealed to me.
Is now following.
I think I've made every other class in the game. No, I've never made an Evoker. An Evoker's a class I've never made before. Every other class I've at least made.
Following.
Probably not played, but I've definitely made. Appreciate all the follows, by the way. Thank you. What's the stamina chant on the gloves? Oh, it's got such a stupid name. I want to say not hide? Like... if you go to the auction house and type in not hide, it's an armor kit, I think. Is it not hide? Have I just gaslit you? No, it is. It's called the heavy not hide armor kit. It gives you 3 stamina. All right, don't jump out your seat shocked now at that number. We're talking crazy numbers here. This is like a whopping 20 HP. It's yeah. I mean, it's more than that. It's probably like maybe like 100 HP, I guess. Maybe. No, it's probably not even. No, actually, that's overestimating. It's nothing. But if you really want it, you get the heavy not hide armor kit, and then you can put it on your gloves. I think you can put it on any piece of gear. Like, it allows you to put it on any of, like, the head, chest, shoulders, that lot. But I think the only one that we don't have with an enchant is the gloves, so you put it on that. It's not going to save your life, but I mean, it looks cool to have an enchant on the gloves, I suppose. I got one. How do I do so much damage? I'm 290 and never get to 160k max overall if tank moves mobs too much. I think it depends on the dungeon, really. Like, some dungeons you'll just end up doing more damage than others. This dungeon in particular is one where you can just do absurd damage, because the entire dungeon is just trash pack after trash pack after trash pack, whereas if you, like, do a sky reach, your damage is going to be noticeably lower. As well as that, I don't know, just experience playtime on Monk. I have a lot of that, so I'm pretty familiar with the rotation, the playstyle, how to pad damage, just a bunch of things, I suppose, that adds together. I think the biggest thing at the moment is probably making sure that you are getting as many Fist of Furies out as possible, and making sure that you're getting good Zenith Stomp windows. Because that's where, like, if you look at the DPS breakdown, that is where all the damage comes from, right? It comes from Zenith Stomp and then Fist of Fury. The rest of this is damage, but it's practically meaningless. Because if you think about it this way, right? Fist of Fury and Flurry Strikes are the same damage. Because you can only... Well, that's not true technically, but the majority of Flurry Strikes come out after you Fist of Fury, right? Some of them come out when you're spinning Crane Kick or when you Zenith Stomp, but, like, 95% of your Flurry Strikes come from Fist of Fury after you finish channeling it. So if you, like, add this damage on top of this damage, suddenly you're doing, like, 50% of your damage is basically from Fist of Fury or Fist of Fury related damage, right? So anytime that Fist of Fury is off cooldown and you're not pressing it, you just got to think to yourself, I've lost damage. Like, if this is 50% of my damage and this isn't on cooldown, I'm doing something wrong, right? And the gameplay loop is just basically trying to get this off of cooldown as fast as possible and efficiently as possible. Because if you're not casting Fist of Fury, in reality, are you doing any damage? Like, look at all these other abilities that we have. If you add them all together, you're actually not doing any damage, right? So, anything outside of Fist of Fury is practically negligible damage.
Nizoxt is now following.
Does that kind of make sense, right? Because if these two are like 50% of your damage combined, ignoring Zenith Stomp, because Zenith Stomp's its own button, but like all these other buttons, like combined, right? Do they even come close to that number? Or even close to Fist of Fury on its own? Not really, right? So if you're not casting Fist of Fury as often as possible, or you clip Fist of Fury, which is just as bad, right? Which is cancelling it early for whatever reason, that's damage loss. If you're spending too much time like pressing other abilities that aren't Fist of Fury that don't help reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury, massive damage loss. The entire gameplay loop is just, all my damage comes from this one ability, more or less. I need to get this off of cooldown, and it's playing around that. So I guess I'm relatively good at playing around that mechanic. And understanding that, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, I understand that Fist of Fury is everything. My only goal, my only purpose in life is to reduce its cooldown and press it again. Avoid cancelling it whenever possible, but obviously that can't always be the case. Sometimes you've got to interrupt, haha. Please, Blizzard, make it so that we can kick during Fist of Fury, thanks. And then I guess Zenith windows as well, right? It's making sure that you...
T's PWN is now following.
Zenith windows are important, right? It's not only Zenith's damage, right? Like, it's partially Zenith Stomp's damage in itself, because that is 20% of your damage. If you think about Zenith Stomp,
Smooch says me is now
you
following.
don't press it that often, right? It's a button that you press 2 times during a Zenith window, which technically activates 3 times because the first time activates by itself when you press Zenith. So, realistically, out of all the buttons you're pressing, you don't press it that much, but it contributes for more damage than any of your main rotational abilities besides Fist of Fury, right? Plus, inside of Zenith, you're doing the most damage, like your damage is amplified by things like Weapons of the Wind. You know, you get more flurry strikes off through Stand Ready, stuff like that. So, it's making sure you guarantee that you're always hitting as many targets as possible with a Zenith or a Fist of Fury. So, like, I'd say the most important thing besides casting Fist of Fury is positioning for Windwalker right now. It's extremely positional. Because previously, in previous tiers, right, Spinning Crane Kick would be up here. Probably above Fist of Fury, maybe competing with it, but usually above it, right? And if you think about Spinning Crane Kick, it's a circular ability, and you can increase its range through talents, right? So it's actually relatively easy to hit a lot of targets with Spinning Crane Kick. Fist of Fury, I swear to God, like, I've made videos on this, but it is the tiniest cone imaginable. And its range is actually really small. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's a lot easier to hit all the targets around you with a Spinning Crane Kick than it is with Fist of Fury. Like, Fist of Fury's range is like about here, but even then, I promise you this doesn't actually hit. I'm pretty sure, like, there's a sweet spot where it doesn't hit. Even though it's pressable, I'm dealing no damage, right? Like, I'm still dealing no damage. So, like, you have to actually be so close to your targets to hit them with Fist of Fury. And then it's also it's like a cone. So, like, if you're, like, moving and repositioning and you miss some targets, that's just damage loss. Basically, it's very... positioning is so crucial with how you get damage off as well. So it's a mix of, like, all of these things. Whereas, like, previous tiers, well, if I press Spinning Crane Kick, I'm probably going to hit all the mobs from here. If I'm moving around like a crackhead, right, it doesn't matter which way my camera's facing. I hit everything. Whereas I can't do that with Fist of Fury. If I turn around, all my damage is gone. GG, you know? So I'd say it's actually harder to do damage. It's harder to do damage, maybe, as Windwalker nowadays. Because it is just so positional. So that kind of makes sense. Maybe hard is not the word I'm meaning. It can be more complicated too, and easier to... Okay, I'd say it's easier to miss damage than it was previously, when Spinning Crane Kick was more of your damage and you'd press it a lot more. Like Zenith Stomp as well. Zenith Stomp's like massive AoE, so at least that's nice, right? It's the... Hold on. Like Zenith Stomp's like a big circle. It's kind of like Spinning Crane Kick. So it's a lot easier to hit Zenith Stomps than it is to hit Fist of Furies on, like, spread targets. So that's why, like, this is why I like this edition of this button, because it took a bit of power away from the Fist of Fury and gave us, like, another damage option that is probably more consistent and actually hitting targets as well. So yeah, it's a bit of everything. Why do so few people play Windwalker? I just don't think many people are into the class fantasy of Kung Fu Panda, I guess. It's not the most niche spec. I think last time I checked, Evoker and Rogue are below it. I don't know. Most people play Paladins and Druids, right? I don't get it personally. I'm not a fan of the Paladin class fantasy. I don't know, Paladin has never appealed to me. But the majority of players just like, I guess, being a Paladin. Then I can't really give you a reason. I think I think melee in general, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with that. I just don't think people like monks. But people that do play monk usually tend to be like diehard monks and like play it for a long time and then maybe play some other specs on the side, but monk's their main, I find is generally what it is. Like, not too many people like will flavor of the month reroll to Windwalker. Of course they will some. I think an Undermine was probably the last time most people like switched to it because it was just that good at damage. Yeah, I just think it's a fantasy thing. I mean, it is for me anyway. It's why I don't play Shaman, right? I can't see myself playing this totem wielding, lightning zapping crackhead. But Kung Fu Panda, that's pretty cool. I think the mastery as well is the mastery is very niche. There's no other mastery in the game that requires you to never press the same button twice, like offensively. It's a very unique playstyle, and some people might just not enjoy that, right? Some people might just prefer being able to spam buttons repeatedly. You know, if I play my DK, I'm Scourge striking 15 times in a row, and that's the correct thing to do. It's not, but if I Tiger Palm, I have screwed myself, right? It's, yeah, it's just kind of like niche. It's very... Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. It is what it is. It's Windwalker. It's a monk. It kicks and shit. It also has terrible mogs, and you can't change my mind on that. To be fair, in recent expansions, the mogs have got better, but I swear for the longest time, it was hat, peace out, beads. That is your monk mog. And if I'm a player that cares about like transmogging, and that's why I play the game for, yeah, there's better specs than that. You can't just give me a hat and some beads and call it a day every tier. I like how Windwalker feels, but the short number of defensives and healing is hard. I mean, that's something I'm hoping they're looking to fix. That's one of those things that can be fixed, right? Like, if you like the spec, that's good, right? Because it's a fun spec to play. But if you understand, like, it has issues with defenses and healings, well, that's something Blizzard can literally change quite easily. But if you don't enjoy the fundamental playstyle of a spec, that's not something that Blizzard are probably going to be able to change quite readily, you know? So, like, I love Windwalker, and I agree with you. I hate its survivability at the moment, and its defensive situation, its health situation, it's all a mess. Does it mean I stop playing the spec? No, because it's fun. Because I know that there's a chance or potential that they are going to be able to fix something like that in the future. Hopefully sooner rather than later, because it is actually a pretty big problem at the moment. You get what I mean, right? Like, if the spec's inherently fun, stuff like that can always be changed. If you don't enjoy the spec, then you know, then you're kind of screwed, because that's the sort of thing they don't readily like fully change how a spec works, right? It's like if tomorrow they were like, Monk no longer has its mastery how it is. Monk's mastery is now, I don't know, increase your zenith damage or damage during zenith. I just made it up. You know, I think a lot of people would be pissed off because that's like the fundamental core of the playstyle, right? But some people absolutely hate that you can't press the same button 2 times in a row. So I think it's good. I think it's good that it has its niche, but it's just not played very much. It also gets a bad rep, I think. It has a bad community perception. I feel like people perceive that it doesn't do any damage, which is always strange to me, because I don't believe Windwalker doesn't do any damage. It's always got this perception that it doesn't do damage. I don't actually think that's its issue. I think its biggest issue is it doesn't bring anything. It doesn't bring enough to a group. Like, don't get me wrong, this tier there's like a lot of M+ dungeons where paralysis is actually really, really useful. But a lot of the time paralysis is pretty bad. There's not that much use for it. I'd much rather have other utility. No CR, no, no battle res, no lust, or he makes you lose 2 spots in a group that you can't even have. It's very fringe. I think I should change my mind, but I think Monk should have a CR, right? Maybe not a Bloodlust. Bloodlust kind of maybe doesn't fit the theme. But I swear to God, right? The theme of Monk is balance and chi and restoral. How does this spec not have a battle res? Is that like a ludicrous thought? Like, maybe I could say like, oh, a lust maybe is a bit much, right? Because everything's about peace and balance, and a lust is like going into a frenzy. Maybe that doesn't make sense. But if my balance is to restore the chi of my brethren, can I do that by resing them in combat so that I get invited to groups more frequently? Thanks. I think it fits thematically. Because there's only a few specs in the game that don't have a Bloodlust or a CR. I think it's Monk, it's Rogue, it's Warrior, Priest? Is it Priest? It might be Priest. But either way, like, Warrior doesn't really make sense to have a CR. I'd say Warrior kind of makes sense to have a Bloodlust, you know, that thematically. Rogue. Rogue doesn't fit either. Don't let Rogue have anything. Thanks. But Monk, it kind of, in my mind, it makes sense to have a CR. Anyway, enough yapping about. I get so easily distracted. Alright, so we've done the 18 pit. Let's see if we can get into more 18s, I suppose. What our roll so far. And by roll I mean 2 dungeons. But you know, that's better than nothing. I'm getting invited to groups today. That's kind of cool. That's nice. Why is this guy called Rimjob 5? Does that mean there's like four more of them? I don't want to know. Alright, we've done Nexus Point already today, so I should feel fresh for it. And Warriors have the thoughts and prayers of group defensives. Makes me sad. Well, at least they have Rallying Cry, right? Right, hear me out. I think I would rather have like a Rallying Cry or something than have the 5% physical damage. It's not that good of a buff. When you think about like where the majority of damage actually comes from in this game, it's not really physical nowadays. There's few specs that actually benefit from it. I would rather have something that actually can benefit the group. I've been thinking of maining Windwalker next season. I enjoy the gameplay, but I'm afraid I can't play it well. I mean, that's like any spec, really, right? Like, there's no need to feel afraid that you can't play it well. Every spec needs learning, right? Like, if you pick up any new spec, like, you're gonna have to learn the rotation, understand how it's played and stuff like that. So I'd always recommend trying to pick up Windwalker. It's very fun. I'd say its rotation kind of makes sense, and once you start getting into the feel of it, it feels nice to play and understand it. Like, the main gameplay loop at the moment is Fist of Fury, as I said like a couple of minutes ago, and your entire goal is to just get this off of cooldown as fast as possible using things like Rising Sun Kick and Spinning Crane Kick and all your other damaging abilities so that you can keep sending this button out, because that's where your damage comes from. It feels quite Windwalker-y. and it's a lot more toned down from what our previous rotations were. Previous rotations were a lot more spinning crane kick. Like there were times where like you wouldn't even want a rising sun kick and stuff. They tried to like balance that out and make it so that you want to press your single target buttons and AoE now. But the counter to that is you don't press your AoE buttons in AoE anymore. But that's a whole nother thing. I think the flow of the spec feels good, but I do think it has some fundamental issues. I do think spinning crane kick needs a rework. Alright, crazy pitch here, right? Hear me out. What if we gave spinning crane kick this stackable buff where if you hit different targets, it could stack up to, I don't know, let's say 5 times, yeah? 5 times is just a rough number. And each target that you hit makes it so that it does more damage, so that it doesn't scale in single target, but it scales nicely in AoE. I mean, I guess we could call it something... It sounds kind of like craney. Maybe if we called it something like Mark of the Crane, because we're marking the targets. That could work well, right? And then it does AoE damage. Thoughts? It's crazy to me that they removed that, by the way. It made sense at the time, but it's the fact they didn't re-add it. I feel like spinning crane kick is genuinely just missing a Mark of the Crane right now. It feels like it makes no sense that we don't have it. How are we doing this? But I genuinely think Mark of the Crane should be added back, and I think that would unironically fix spinning crane kick's issues. Because I think the biggest issue with spinning crane kick was the fact that it did absurd single target damage, and I don't think they actually meant to do that. Like, they obviously wanted to backtrack on that issue, but they killed the button, so it does no damage, which makes no sense in itself. This is interesting. I haven't done this build before. Okay, my healer got one shot. That's kind of terrifying, actually. I mean, the key was going well. I don't know what killed the healer. I need to pop cooldowns here. Nah, tank's dead. It's over.
Wasn't necessary.
Ah, that's unfortunate. I wonder what got them. We can have a look. They died to the zap. They died to the big guy. I'm not quite sure what the zap is, though. That would have just done hit him for 440k. Is that maybe its melee attack? No, surely not. I'm not quite sure what killed them. Is it resilient? Everyone's back in the dungeon. Shit, go again. If I make a new custom mog, I'll follow you. I'm not really a mog creator. Like I'm really bad at creating transmogs. I'm a simple man. I see cool anniversary event transmog and I equip it for 2 years straight or a year straight. He died to the stun circle.
5, 4, 3.
Do I wait until 30 stacks or just send it? Generally, it's better to not think about the stacks and play it as when it's best to... When do you want big AoE damage rather than how many stacks you have? The only time I might consider stacks is if I'm on a boss or something that's single target and then I'm trying to like balance out puzzle boxes and things like that. But it's always better to send Zenith when it makes most sense to when you need the most damage in a dungeon. I mean, this time the tank just died. Okay, buddy. I don't really know.
Rival wasn't
I don't
necessary.
really know why we're dying there. There's a purple version of this Mog set in current Void Assault vendor. Oh, is there actually? Ooh, purple monks. That'd be kind of cool. The tank left. Don't know if it's his key. I'm gonna go on the assumption that it is his key. Oh well. Run it back. Find another group. There's a monk in that one. I like Spire. I think Spire's a good dungeon. It's growing on me. Mog, Mog, Mog. Oh, I'm so bad at Mogs though. I don't even know where to start with Mogs. Okay, that's kind of cool. Can I just put on a new set? What's the set from this tier? I don't even know. Am I stupid? Should it not? Yeah, it's this, right? Oh, because I don't have the hands. I mean, that's kind of cool. But I feel like everybody uses this. To be fair, everybody uses everybody uses this. Oh, there's nothing worse than getting left on red. Oh, I have a question actually for all of you. So at the moment, I made that defensive video, where I talked about the issues of Windwalker survivability. I was gonna make a video on things that I want to see ideally changed in 12.1, like things that Windwalker kind of need changing going forward. I think I've got a few things, but I was wondering what your thoughts are. What do you want changing with Windwalker? What's an issue of the spec that you think needs changing? Because right now I've got survivability. Obviously, I think that's the biggest, most crucial one. Conduit is something I also want to talk about. I think the fact that we don't play this hero talent is pretty bad. There should be no reason that you have a spec that doesn't play both of its hero talents at least somewhat in some content. And it's so far behind, right? Like, it just kind of needs addressing. Like, there's some fundamental issues with the hero talent that just aren't translating to the new playstyle of Windwalker. What else did I think of? Spinning crane kick. I think spinning crane kick needs looking at and fixing. I think it's like in a horrendous state, so that's the third thing. And then a bit more niche. I was thinking that Windwalker needs a way to be able to interrupt during Fist of Fury. Which probably isn't as important as the first three things. But the issue is, right, if our entire gameplay loop is to cast Fist of Fury, and it's a relatively long channel, right? And cancelling at any point is actually a big damage loss, but you have to interrupt to play this game because it's important to, because we're team players. I think they need to somewhat maybe look at letting us interrupt during Fist of Fury. Like, 'cause I know it's been spoken about for a long time. Like, since I started, like, making videos and stuff in the War Vin, that's something that people have been talking about for ages. So I think that's something that kind of needs looking at. And I don't think it's too far-fetched, because if you look at Conduit, right, when you channel Conduit, you can still cast all your CC during Conduit. I'm 95% sure that you can cast Kick as well during Conduit. So if we're able to channel this ability, surely it should be okay to interrupt during the channel. I don't know if it's maybe Spaghetti Code doesn't allow you to do this, but it just feels bad to not be able to, especially when we're so heavily reliant on Fist of Fury damage, right? Previously, when you could spin in Crane Kick for a lot of your damage, you could interrupt during that, so it wasn't too punishing. Interrupting was not actually too big of an issue, but now I feel it a lot, right? Like, I think to myself before I cast Fist of Fury, oh my god, please don't make me have to interrupt something during this. Because you can't delay the Fist of Fury, right? That in itself is illegal. If you're delaying Fist of Fury by like 3 seconds to get a kick, I think that's worse than sending the Fist of Fury and then casting a kick during it, because you're not putting it on cooldown, which delays your rotation. Basically, I think it's an issue. And then I think finally, I spoke to some of the other people in Peak of Serenity, and they had the thought that I didn't really think of, but it's a good one, is that they need to look at Strike of the Windlord, right? Because this isn't run in single target. You don't run it on Conduit at all as well. And it doesn't make any sense when you think about it, because this does more single target damage. Like, it does double the damage of Whirling Dragon Punch, right? Like 63 to 30. So it does double the damage. So in theory, you should run this in single target, right? It's the single target button of those two. But the issue with it is it costs chi, which is already bad when the other one doesn't. And the other big issue with it is that, as I've said, Fist of Fury is so important to the rotation. Whenever it's up, you want to be casting this. Well, Strike of the Windlord conflicts with that. One, it costs chi, so it might be stealing chi from casting a Fist of Fury. And two, if they're both up, well, you know, Fist of Fury is more important to cast, right? The benefit to Whirling Dragon Punch is it flows better in the rotation, where you can only press it when these two are on cooldown, which then procs an ability, like with spinning Crane Kick, to then reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury. Whereas Strike of the Windlord is more front-loaded, right? If you strike first and then Fist of Fury, it just kind of, it feels like it's the wrong way to do it. So, I don't know how they fix it. I actually think if they removed the chi cost of Strike of the Windlord, that would actually probably be good enough. I don't know if it needs a necessary damage buff. But I think the fact that it costs chi in itself is already maybe just too much of an issue. Like, it doesn't sound like a lot, right? Like, it just costs 2 chi. But if that 2 chi then ends up with you getting screwed over from casting a Fist of Fury or something, that's bad enough. Whereas Whirling Dragon Punch is free, doesn't interfere with your rotation. So, yeah, I think that's an issue. I think passive defense needs repair and would be nice to use with hero talents while players are so min-max that people always play one that deals one more damage than the other. Yeah, no, I get you. And that's true. Yeah, you're correct. People run it in PvP. I don't know if Conduit's played in PvP. I know Conduit used to be played in PvP. I can see why Strike of the Windlord is played more in PvP, because it reduces movement speed as well as not rooting you in place, if that makes sense. Like, Whirling Dragon Punch technically traps you in a spot for a second. Both of those things are kind of negative to PvP. But it just doesn't make sense why the stronger, like on paper, the higher damaging ability in single target isn't taken. So there's something maybe that needs to be addressing between these two abilities. Because it makes sense when the Dragon Punch and AoE, of course. It just makes more sense. It does more damage, more targets there are. Where Strike of the Windlord, you know, it starts scaling poorly after the second target it hits, whereas Whirling Dragon Punch starts scaling worse after 5 targets. So there's a bit of an issue between those two abilities. Other than that, I don't really know what else I'd want them to change with Windwalker. I mean, I spoke about CRs and battle reses and bloodlust, but I don't think they're like crucial changes that really need to happen to Windwalker. I think there's more important things that need addressing at the moment. On the plus side, though, I don't think we're very buggy at the moment. Like, we're usually quite a buggy spec. But in general, I can't actually think off the top of my head how many bugs we have at the moment. I think they've done a relatively good job at bug fixing us. Removing Stormwrath Fire fixed 90% of bugs. You are absolutely correct with that statement. Yeah, I know a lot of people do miss Stormwrath and Fire, but my god, it was such a it was such a buggy ability. When Zenith essentially does exactly the same thing, right? But it doesn't come with the damage loss from bugs or the issues with clones being stupid. There were like so many underlying issues with it. It kind of needed to get removed. I think like there's only a couple of bugs I know off the top of my head. I think one of them is to do with Zenith and Drinking Horn cover and being able to cast it. Like basically if you don't send your Zenith stomps and it overlaps the initial like 15 seconds, then I don't think you can stomp anymore. Something along those lines. But generally speaking, we don't even run Drinking Horn cover, so not many people actually probably have even experienced that bug. I think we're currently waiting for a shaman. Because I think we don't have lust, do we? What a strange comp. This is... this is a pseudo melee comp if I've ever seen it. In the meantime, I can actually... Hold on, I can have a look at this thing now. So I just turned off all of the paladin abilities. I don't actually know which ones are worth... Because I don't play paladin. Are any of these actually worth tracking? Do I care when it has Divine Shield? Probably not. I think I care about Freedom. Maybe Sacrifice is also worth tracking. That is some horrible clipping. Why does it clip into the chest? Oh. Is that just a panda thing? Alright, maybe I can't use that then. Oh my god. I'm so terrible at creating mogs. This would be cool if it didn't have the jaw. The jaw looks a little bit ridiculous. What? Is the panda model just really bad with clipping? Because there's no way a mask should be going through the chest. Do we have a rogue yet? No, we do not have a shaman. Oh, okay, we got a shaman. Okay, thank God. That was enough transmogging. I'm just so bad at it. Am I in the right dungeon? Oh God, am I in the right dungeon? Too little mogging. Everyone's still in Silver Moon. Oh God, they're a Magister's Terrace. Do I play in EU? Yeah, I'm EU. I am from England. England is my city. Mecha Gnome I run around naked. I mean, to be fair, they are mostly the robot, aren't they? I don't know, back in the day I used to try, like, transmog myself, but then, like, I'd show my friends, and they'd always be like, buddy, that is the most horrendous thing I've ever seen. Like, some people are just really good at transmogs. I'm glad that they created set transmogs, let's just put it that way. So I am too smooth-brained to be, like, coming up with something cool. Also, I feel like I'm used to playing more humanoid characters, which tend to have less clipping. Like, I don't know if it's just Panda, but that is like some horrendous clipping. My friends are bullies? No, my friends are correct. They might be bullies, but they are not wrong. England is my city, truly British education. It's from oh, I forget what it's called. I think it was like Logan Paul rap from like years and years ago. And there was that one guy who just started rapping. I don't even know how to call it rapping. He just basically said England's my city. And it's forever lived rent-free in my head. It might have been Jake Paul. I don't remember, one of them. Magister's Terrace is a pretty chill dungeon, I guess. I know that there's important like things you need to pick up in this dungeon. I just don't know what their spawns are, which is a little bit annoying. Like, you can get damage buffs. But I think they changed position. I don't think it's necessary for this 18 though. There's a lot of damage in this dungeon though, which I'm a little bit scared of. What server's my character? I play on Draenor. Most of my characters are on Draenor now. So that's where my guild is. I used to be on Twisting Nether. But then I moved to Incentive, which is on Draenor. And then before Twisting Nether, I was on Ravencrest. And then my first ever server was... Oh, I forget the name of it. Oh, it's completely gone out of my mind. I might remember at some point during this dungeon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was a very small server though. But I spent most of my time on Twisting Nether, I think.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we
Alright, we'll mock that, mock that.
the cynosure of twilight.
Unauthorized entry.
I need to plug my headset in. It's made like... I think during the stream it has made like a bunch of different noises to let me know that I need to plug it in. And each time I forget. And eventually it's just going to turn off. I should do it now, but I'm kind of busy. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think it was worth doubling than anything that. So that's a relatively scary pack, whereas the next one is just... It's whatever. That kind of hurts. That kind of hurts a lot, actually. I karma'd it. Did you tell? I couldn't tell because my karma like instantly just dropped off. I'm saving Puzzle Box and Zenith now for the next trash pack. I know it kind of delays my Puzzle Box a fair bit by doing this, but it made no sense to really just send it on the one ad. Like it'd been a bit of pad on the books, but it's more important the next trash pack dies. It's a lot scarier.
Unauthorized entry. Please hold.
To think Brahma would go this me out.
That was awkward as well. You know what? You know how I said I want to be able to kick during Fist of Fury? Let me defensive during Fist of Fury as well. That might be a little bit greedy, but shit, please let me do it. Probably not as important as being able to kick. I'm probably easier to pre-plan a defensive. That was a little bit rough because I didn't have any defensives for when the little guys pop. When the little guys pop, like, you kind of need something. So like now I have my defensive back up, so I'll be able to pop it for when these worms blow up basically, 'cause these really hurt. The ordering there was... Oh, we don't have CRs. Wait, do I... I swear I bought res things. Not the greatest time to be looking in my bags, I'll be honest. Yeah, I have... Is it the convincingly? Well, I should not be looking at this right now. Also, this is terrible positioning for this boss. He should be at the front door. Yeah, I think this might be over. I think it'd be fine if the rogue didn't die. If the rogue died. And I'm not even going to say it's the rogue's fault. The biggest issue here is the positioning of this boss. It should be over by the door. So if it's over by the door, you get, like, basically no balls that spawn. You get, like, 3. Whereas by being in the middle of the room, we must have got at least 9. Funnily enough, I still think it's very timeable. But there are better spots to be in. Yeah, like this sort of position, right, is decent. It's a lot less orb spawn now. Well, I say a lot less, there were still quite a few. The best position is the door at the front of the room. That was a really good touch of karma. By really good touch of karma, I mean I completely mistimed that. Again, this is a horrible refueling spot. I was debating whether I wanted to use another Zenith here. I think I just kind of had to. Like, this boss has taken so long already. If I didn't send it, I would be overcapping by quite a bit as well. Once again, in the middle of the room. This is very worrying. Stop it! Oh my god, I thought someone was running that way. I thought whoever was over there was running that way, so I ran to these ones over. I mean, it was already chalked. Let's be being a bit realistic. That was not great positioning. It's funny how something just like positioning can make a boss like super easy or super difficult. Yeah, I think the rogue knew as well. Like that's just one of those bosses where the positioning of the boss at certain points in the fight make it genuinely 10 times easier to do. And it just unfortunately didn't work out that way. I think the idea is that you basically want it to do its big puddles in the middle of the room, and then you pull it towards the door, basically, before it does its refueling. It makes the fight a lot easier. Oh well. Can't complain. Wasn't my key. Also, not having a CR there was rough. Do these realistic... No, they don't work. What are they called this tier? Does anyone know what they're called? So I think it's probably worthwhile taking them. The things that you can resurrect players with, like it was jumper cables last tier, like last expansion. It was the convincingly realistic jumper cables. I forget what they're called this tier, but I think it's worth having them. Emergency soul link, thank you. As far as I know, last tier's cables still work. They might do. I'm just concerned that they say cannot be used by players higher than level 80. So I'll just go collect the ones that I know do work. That wasn't the reason the dungeon was RIP. But I think the delayed res on the paladin... Someone else would have had to jump cable him there, right? The delayed res probably made it so the rogue had to soak more orbs than he had to. Soul Link? We will buy 50. Now a question of where do I put these on my bars? My bars are getting way too big. Oh, I don't know. There, I guess. You spinning only with proc, never without proc? For the majority of the time, yeah. There are still some situations where I will cast spinning crane kick, when it's like without the proc. Never in single target. But in AoE situations, I'll press it more frequently during Zenith, because during Zenith it costs less chi, so it only costs 1 chi. And as well as that, it sends out flurry strikes when you press it. So I'll basically try to use spinning crane kick as my filler during Zenith. But really, that's only if it's a choice between baseline blackout kick or spinning crane kick. 'Cause the moment blackout kick has a proc on it, that takes priority, because then you want to try get rushing wind kick for faster Fist of Fury cooldown reduction, right? Sometimes I will press spinning crane kick baseline outside of Zenith. But once again, that's the same situation where I'd only press it when it's between those two baselines as an option. That comes more down to being more comfortable with my chi and energy. Like, if my chi and energy are in a really nice spot, and that situation arises, then you'll press it, just because it is technically more damage than a, baseline blackout kick, but it's still not a very strong button. But generally, right, if I played the game and I only pressed spinning crane kick when it glowed as a proc, I would probably do more or less the exact same damage as I'm doing now. It's a very slight min-max thing to be getting out some extra spinning crane kicks, but the damage of spinning crane kick is so bad nowadays. Like you can see here, just on this dungeon, however far I got, it doesn't do any damage. So it's essentially a glorified button that I'm pressing to then get a proc of Blackout Kick, which can then make it so that my my Rising Sun Kick becomes Rushing Wind Kick. So it sounds a little bit complicated, but it's not as much for damage as it is for getting Combo Breaker proc. That's what you're trying to do with it, because every time you get a free spinning Crane Kick, and you press it, and then you're running the talent Revolving Whirl. No, not Revolving Whirl, it is Sequence Strikes. Then you get the Blackout Kick effect, which is Combo Breaker. So that's why it's mostly only pressed when it glows nowadays. But I do press it when it's not procced, if it makes sense to, basically. Oh, that's cool. I love coming back to 5 declined keys. That's nice. Sweet. I kind of need to try and get into physical groups. I mean, I'll apply for these ones, but whenever I see, like, a Warlock, I kind of know that there's no real chance of getting into that group. I'm a monk since Mr. Pandaria, but since the War Within, I'm playing Druid, but I want to get back to my first love. Yeah, I think it's in a good spot, Windwalker. Like in terms of rotation and stuff and damage, I think it's in a fine spot. And if you played it back in MOP, I think you'll like this this rendition of it. It has got problems, but I think all specs have problems, right? Oh, please, I just want to do an 18. Let me in. Hi, what's the add-on that you use for defensives on party frames and kick tracker? It is an add-on called Blizzy Party Tools. I actually only found out about it yesterday or the day before. And it has, you can track interrupts with it. And then it also has party cooldowns. But it is limited to what party cooldowns it can actually show you. There's only so much right now that I think can actually be shown with how Blizzard, I suppose, have their like secret values and stuff like that. So like the defensive cooldowns are pretty decent. You can track most defensive cooldowns. You can't track like things like AoE group cooldowns though, which kind of sucks. Like if you could track AMZ as a Death Knight or like Darkness for Demon Hunters, that would be really, really cool, because those are like kind of the more important ones that I care about. For healers, this is like really good. If you like play healer, you probably want a way to track defensives, right? So that you know when you need to heal someone. Me, I care more about offensive cooldowns, but it's just limited in what it can show at the moment. But hopefully it will expand. Like, it's not a bad thing, me being able to see defensives, but it's probably more value for me to be able to see... Oh, I just got instantly removed. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. That's nice. It does hurt a little bit. It's everybody's favorite, Mazara Caverns. I feel like when I stream dungeons, this is the dungeon where everything seems to go wrong. Maybe that's just been the past couple of streams, but I swear everything goes downhill the moment I step foot into this dungeon. So, hopefully, not today. Hopefully it goes okay. Something always just seems to go wrong. We'll see. Hey, just need 20 Algathar Academy, then it'll be Razil. Any advice for living Veximus? Yes, the best advice for Veximus is to essentially it has the two big damage windows, right? It has the one where you get the mini circle and the one where it does the big explosion. I think for every mini circle, you don't want to use a defensive for. It's better to try just nasty live with Soothing Mist. Like to take the damage reduction with that. Maybe heal yourself up for the circles, right? But every second set is a circle that then goes into the big damage, like the big AoE. That's when you pop the defensive. So if you get the first circle per set, that's just Soothing Mist. If you get the second circle per set, that's defensive plus Soothing Mist. And then play it like that, back and back. To be honest, it's kind of RNG. Like, if you get all the circles, you're probably going to have a really bad time. Fortifying Brew is a lot better than Touch of Karma is as well. So I'd probably Fortifying Brew the first circle into AoE. I'm not sure if you need to defensive the AoE. I think if you get the circle into the AoE on any of the sets, Fortifying Brew that one. And if you don't get circle into the big AoE, you karma that one. If that makes sense. Because the Fort Brew, you want to last for both of the abilities that come back to back. The issue with the Karma one is if you pop Karma during the circle and then have the explosion, Karma's only going to protect you from the circle, really. So you're probably still going to die. Now, obviously, you can't afford Flying Brew for every single one. So I guess it's a little bit RNG. But it's basically going to be a mix of balancing Soothing Mist. For every circle, I think you have to press Soothing Mist. Just, even if it's like the last tick before the damage comes in, just to get the extra 6% DR, it makes a difference on that boss. And then in an ideal world, you Fortifying Brew the circle plus explosion combo, and you karma just the explosion. And I'm pretty sure the timing allows it so that you get... If you pop, like, let's say you pop Fort Brew on the first set, I'm pretty sure it's back for the third set. I think it's about a minute 30 difference. But the biggest issue you run into is if you need to Fortifying Brew one set, and then you get the Circle Explosion combo on the next one. Like, is Karma actually going to save you? I think that's probably a very desperate health pot angle. That's how I'd play it. What is this? Oh yeah, it's Mazzara, and we're looking for a tank. We have Lust, we have DK, which is nice. Always good to have a DK. And we have... Oh, we have two Lusts. Two Lusts, one CR. Why have I... Right, I do not need to track Feint. I could not care less when a Hunt has Feint. And I don't care about Takedown, but there's no... Is that offensive? Yeah, I don't care about Takedown. I mean, I kind of do, actually, a little bit. See, this is what confuses me, right? I don't know why it only shows some offensive cooldowns. I don't know what the criteria is for showing some of these. Like, it shows Pillar of Frost as an option, but it doesn't show Army. I just wonder what, like, stops it from being able to do that. Like, it shows Takedown, it shows True Shot, but it doesn't show Bestial Wrath. thanks for the advice. I saw someone say they farm the rings from Seat of Triumvirate for the avoidance bonus. Do you think it might be worth farming it even at the heroic version? Um, well, let's have a look. I think for that dungeon, you actually probably want to take the versatility buff. I think that's just something you have to take. So you'll get natty versatility already, so that's good. What am I looking for right now? I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world. Like, I understand why they do it. But I think you just got to be aware if you do farm these, I wouldn't go heroic. I think heroic's probably too low. You probably would still want to farm these on Mythic. But I think you need to be okay with losing damage as a result of this, because they both got versatility on them, right? So you're basically switching in 200 versatility, which also means that I probably recommend that you don't use Recklessness Potion if you run this combo as well. Because if you're running Recklessness Potion, then you're losing all this versatility, right, whenever you pop it, which defeats the entire purpose of taking these rings to an extent, right? So if you do run versatility for survivability in M+, it makes more sense to be going Light's Potential. Which, Light's Potential isn't a bad pop. It's just basically that's the better thing to do. So let's say you've stacked this versatility to have increased survivability. On top of this, you've also got the avoidance, right? But ignore the avoidance. Let's say, because like some Windwalkers are just running more versatility at the moment, and then you do a big pull where you need that versatility, and then you use the recklessness pot, you lose all that versatility. So you've essentially, you know what I mean? You basically just steal it from yourself, and then you probably die anyway. I don't think it's a bad idea, but it's definitely a DPS loss to be taking any versatility. But if it means surviving the damage and being able to push higher keys, then it's probably fine. I know Dabnell doesn't. I know Dabnell, he's built different, to be fair. He's the rank 1 in M+ at the moment for Windwalker. He doesn't run versatility, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't run versatility. There's a bunch of other people in the top, like, 50 that do run some, like, not even that much versatility, like, a lot of versatility here and there. Just for extra, like, survivability at the moment. The rings don't look like a bad idea. The issue with the ring, though, is if you run the double ring, you're giving up the lowest worshipper band, which is arguably our best craft, which then means that you'll have to craft something else, right? Basically, it's a massive gear switch up, is what I'm trying to say. Because you'd no longer use Arcano Weave, you'd probably have to go for... Sorry, not Arcano Weave, you'd no longer go for Gemstone Bandolier, so you probably have to go double Arcano Weave for extra agility. Basically what I'm trying to say is it's a big commit. It's a very big commit. How much avoidance does it give you? Oh god, someone left. What add-on do I have for the party CC display? It's an add-on called Blizzy Party Tools. If you're in CurseForge or whatever and you just type Blizzy, it will show up. I think it's the top one. I'm surprised it works, to be honest. I was pretty sure that all add-ons with interrupts had been removed, so I don't know how long this one will stay up. But for now, it's working. And it works pretty well. Even if they remove the interrupt tracker part of it, the cooldowns and stuff, defensives, they'll still stay. You can also use mini CC, which is what I used before, but that doesn't show interrupts. I'm pretty sure mini CC mostly just shows defensive cooldowns. Alright, let's go to the caverns.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Yes, I have to fly there because I depleted my last key. And what? Daddy Monk, what in what add-on shows the interrupts? It's the same add-on. It's Blizzy Party Tools. It shows the party cooldowns and it shows the interrupts. Alright, I need to ask this tank if he wants me to paralysis the second boss. So I've run into this issue a few times where some tanks do it and some tanks don't. If you do it and they don't do it, they get so confused. So, worth asking. Okay, no, that's fine. Cool. That's fine. Worth asking. Because I'm pretty sure that's... I depleted a key the other day for that reason. I didn't ask beforehand. I paralysis one of the ads, and the tank basically didn't know what was going on. Which is fair enough. It does make the fight harder by not paralysising it, but it's not... It's manageable. It's manageable. It's kind of the same thing with the boss in the Magister's Terrace, right? You can still do the Magister's Terrace first boss if you put the boss in the middle of the room. It's just harder. You know, it spawns more orbs. You can soak all the orbs and be fine. It's like this one. Because by paralysising one of them, and the tank running into the next one, you basically just absolve player error from like running into them or mismanaging them. It basically makes the waves easier. Oh god, I need to plug in my headset, but my charger isn't here. I'll be right back. I hope they don't start the key.
Lazy Schmuck is now following.
I return with a charger. I don't Mythic Raid, so should I keep my Mythic Heart of the Wind or try for Heroic Gaze? With Puzzle? I would go for Heroic Gaze. Heart of the Wind is an active one, isn't it? Or it gives you haste?
5, 4,
I forget which one it does.
2.
I think it's passive haste, isn't it? Either way, Heroic Gaze with Void Forging will be better. So I definitely try to go for that instead.
5, 4, 3.
And then pair that with Puzzle Box.
I have used the shadows to see inside the cavern. I have seen my people dead, alive, or both.
Interesting we didn't pull the elephant.
He be the one bringing my people here. Keep out of his way. For now.
Okay. Fighting this on the stairs is not great. I played that so badly. I got a little bit stun locked with interrupts there. They just kept casting. He pulls these out, right? Yep. And then we pull these. Gonna take the Hexa. Okay, we are going all the way to this guy. That's fine. Looks like we're stopping over here. Alright. Oh, I wish I hadn't fisted. I wonder, are we going to go in or are we going to go out?
Who be stealing my kill?
It looks like we're going in.
These little kittens go.
This rogue kind of got hands. Alright, so for the next pack's pretty... it's not like awful, but it's one of the more dangerous ones, so it's a good thing I have like a lot of CDs here. I'm probably going to double Zenith it and puzzle box as well. It's basically as much damage as humanly possible. Oh, watch out, Hunter, your pet's attacking the dummies. I hope he knows that.
Where are we going today?
We'll find out.
Master.
That cheeky bird. Oh, please pull them on top of the big ad that we need to hit. Punished for prior targeting. I mean, to be fair, he did move it back on them eventually. There's nothing worse than, like,
Piba 9K is now
when
following.
there's a prior target, and then it stood still. And it's like, oh, do I really want to stop DPSing this thing to get all the AoE? I mean, of course I do. But it's not the correct play, really. What song in the background? We are currently listening to Rise, the League of Legends song. And before that, I have no idea. Oh, I'm just dead, right? I'm gonna have to health pot. Yep. Very big health pot just then. I would have died if I didn't do that. Just one of those things where I know how hard these Hex Guardians hit. Like, I was on, like, 75% health, but I knew that that was gonna, like, one-shot me. If I was not full health. Oh, it was the Kaminsky Night Call. Well, I tried to put my music in the top right corner of the screen. I tried to, like, do a Spotify thing, because people do ask about the music. So I tried that this morning, and then it didn't work, so... there was an attempt. Alright, so in an ideal world, everyone stays in melee here. If we're all in melee, it just makes the boss so much easier. It looks like everybody is. Let's detox myself, because I'm the main character. And then detox the healer, because I kind of care about him staying alive. Oh. Oh no. The rogue got blasted into the next dungeon. The rogue is in the next dungeon. Uh-oh. Gotta get them detoxes out. This guy needs to die. He's got a lot more health. Put a cheeky skull marker on him. Gotta respect the skull marker. I'm gonna wait for puzzle box here. There's no real downside to holding the Zenith here. Like, I'm not going to overcap stacks or anything. If I send it without the puzzle box, that's not great. That just delays the puzzle box. That wasn't even targeted on me, but I was casting puzzle box, so... that was kind of a little bit scuffed. I did about 90% of the things in the wrong order. That's okay. I'm gonna hold cooldowns now, because the next pull is also very important to have damage for. So that's what you don't want. You ideally don't want the bird jumping. I have nothing for this. I pressed... okay. Look, you gotta understand. I recently changed... This seems more suited to how my usual dungeons go. I recently changed the keybinds around. So previously... Soothing Mist used to be on T. But now I've moved it to V, which is right next to G. which is my Zenith. So I basically fat fingered Zenith there. Yeah, which is why I randomly Zenith. Which is not great, because having 2 Zeniths in this pool is more important than whatever the fuck I just did there. So that's not good.
Using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells. I hope
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. I hate these tornadoes. These tornadoes are the worst thing ever. I literally cannot see what's going on my screen right now. Fuck this dungeon. I don't even know how I'm alive, I'll be honest. Fuck these tornadoes. Fuck this defender. I hate this spirit rendads. Yep. Not losing my mind. No one died. I trolled so hard, but that's okay. Everything's fine. No one died. If no one died, is it really bad play? Ow. Like, it was so awkward to pop the puzzle box there. Because I was trying to puzzle box whilst getting sucked in, whilst there was a tornado. Oh my god. Yep. Yep. You might be thinking to yourselves, how are they getting hit by so many tornadoes? Don't they move in a telegraph pattern? They do. Yeah, they do, you're correct. This is so cursed. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'd love to say that's the worst of it. But there's more to come. Oh, please stop pulling them away from the big mob. And there's more tornadoes. You know what? I'm starting to hate this dungeon more than Nexus Point. I'm starting to change my opinion again. Nexus Point did become my least favorite. But my god, this one is giving it a run for its money. There is something absolutely despicable about this place. I'm not going to Zenith this. It's more important to Zenith downstairs. Oh, it's frontal. I did not get hit by that. I think that was the boss. I'm just getting knocked around. This guy's gonna reanimate. Yep. I'm not saying we might have some of the worst comps available for CC. But I know Hunter CC. Hunters have no CC. They have like one button for AoE. And then they have like one interrupt. Rogues don't have great CC. Which sounds crazy, but it's actually true. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of damage. Okay, we'll set one when it's okay. I'm saving Zenith for when it goes to the middle, because that's the most dangerous part of the fight. I'm also... I might Karma this. I'm definitely saving, we might be able to... I mean, it's below 50% health, right? We're actually doing a lot of damage to this thing. I think there might be a world where we can one-phase it. That might be very ambitious, actually. What are we doing here? Don't worry, almost killed myself. We're not one-phasing this. Are we not? I think we might actually. I'm going to send it. So if we can avoid the second intermission, that's actually massive. I just cancel Vista Fury. I'm so stupid. No, this was definitely worth it. I'm terrified though. Help. Kill it. Yeah, that was worth it. It means I'll do less damage to this ad pack, but that saves so much time.
There still be many angry souls. I will keep them busy and keep them from feeding the monster. But the monster be up to you.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
I am terrified of the damage here. If these all pop at the same time, it's just GG. Oh, watch out. I always forget them. Watch out down the middle. I'm gonna pop. There is a caster in the back. mean, I'm not being funny, but this feels like the messiest attempt I've done on this dungeon, and somehow it's been the cleanest attempt on this dungeon. I'm not really sure how that's worked out. I just feel like it's felt... I think what's felt the most messy is, like, interrupts and CCing. I just think there's limited of that in this comp. So that makes it feel, like, really messy and scary, but we're actually fine. There's a lot of damage here, though, and I don't have any defenses for it, so I'm a little bit scared. Like, this is a great time to defensive. I might health pot it, but it might be okay. No, he linked. We're fine. So I can Zenith on pull here, and I can't puzzle box though. There's not enough time. But I'm not actually going to Zenith on pull. It's more important that we guarantee killing the ad packs, right? The trash packs. The tank just got one shot. I am now the tank. Okay, noted. I am the tank. I'm a pretty good tank. Low key, I'm good. Go to tank. Somehow that went well. Okay. Also, yep. No defensive for this, which is a little bit awkward. Thank God for Dance of the Wind. Low-key, that was massive because it allowed me to take the initial hit of the boss. And then I was able to kite it long enough for the tank to get res. Yeah, a little bit of luck there. This kind of hurts. I don't want to die. Please don't let me die. Ow. Okay, that was a very clean dungeon, except for when it was not clean in the slightest, and it was terrifying. Damage was really good as well. I actually got beaten, which is pretty hype. I didn't think Rogue was that good, damage-wise. But he kind of popped off. Props to him. Yeah, even if we wiped there, we would have still timed it, right? I think if we had to run back to the boss and do it again, 100% we would have timed it. You know what I mean? Like, we were really clean on that dungeon time-wise. But we just got very lucky that, basically we got lucky for multiple reasons. One, the unlucky part was the tank got one shot, right? Then we got lucky because it targeted me. It could have targeted me or the rogue. Unlikely the hunter, because just range, right? It usually targets closest character. So we got lucky that it targeted me. I mean, maybe the rogue as well might have been able to cheat death it. But because it then auto-attacked me and I danced the wind up, I basically took no damage from its initial auto-attack. Was able to do some fucking the jankiest kiting of my life. Then got hit again, but it didn't one-shot me because I guess I generated maybe like another couple of stacks of Dance of the Wind. Like I bought quite a bit of time. And then I'd love to say that I moved it to this position because I was tactical and wanted it to sleep there. I forgot that that was a mechanic, but that turned out well as well. And then everything kind of worked. But basically just a complete mess, but we timed it. That's nice. What am I using to track interrupts? I'm using an add-on called Blizzy Party Tools. Oh, cool. We've got a 20 pit of Sauron. That should be fun. Yeah, I'll stick around for a 20 pit of Sauron. Anyone that takes me over a 20 key, I will help. Yep. Yeah, you don't have to ask me twice. Yeah, interrupts were good. I'm just glad that I finally timed this one in 18. So this has been like the bane of my monk's existence. Next caverns. I don't even think it's the hardest dungeon. In fact, I'd say it's one of the easier dungeons, but it's just something always goes wrong. But yeah, the damage is just really good in that run. Alright, so now we're going to Pit of Sauron. We did a 17 of that earlier, so now we're jumping to an oh no, we did 18. So now we're going to go 20. A little bit of a step up, but still probably the easiest dungeon in the whole dungeon pool. I think it's more important than ever to kill the liches. Like, lich damage is going to be atrocious now. So that's going to be fun. What else is going to be dangerous? Everything. Pretty much everything. We'll see how it goes. I think... Yeah, I think the bosses should be fine damage-wise, like surviving-wise. I'm mostly scared of the trash packs that have liches in them. Because if we don't kill those fast enough, I don't know if my 2 defensives are going to keep me alive. Let's put it that way. By 2 defenses, I mean Fortifying Brew. If I don't have Fortifying Brew for a Lich Pool, I am terrified. Alright, whilst we wait, we're going to go back to trying to learn how to transmog characters. I feel like I need to start with nothing. But I've already got a set on. How does one remove their outfit? It used to be so much more simple. Ooh. No, that looks horrible, actually. See, I like this. I think this goes hard. I'm not sure what to pair with it, because the issue is the clipping here. I need to find a chest that actually works with this, I think makes most sense. That, like, this is just horrendous. Oh my god. Okay, I just don't think this head can work. I don't think I can have anything that actually clips into the body. I just, like, anything that's too fat just makes it horrible. Like, that's not too bad. I might just even go low-key and not have a helmet at all. Let's start with this. Yeah, the panda model is quite awkward to work with. I agree, dude, seriously. I wouldn't quite put it the way you put it, but it's not on the wrong lines. What is that neck? Oh my god, that is horrible. See, I like this chest, but what is this? I look like a fucking evoker wearing a monk mask. Oh, that's sad. I can't, because I like this chest, but that's just ruined it. That is horrible. I actually look like the default, like, evoker skin. What are some good old sets? Like, none of these feel like monk. You can tell I don't collect transmogs. I've got like 12 pages. I feel like that's nothing. And I'd say like 90% of them are from like the past 2 expansions. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. Well, maybe it's okay because the neck's no longer green. Am I baiting myself? No, that's not bad. Red kind of matches the noodles. Did I say noodles? Fucking the chopsticks. Okay. Take shoulders off. Maybe shoulders don't make sense. Oh my god, please find a tank for this dungeon. So I need something red. Oh my god, we have the grippers out. I mean, it kind of goes, but I hate everything about it. It should be illegal for me to transmog. Okay. Something is terribly wrong here. Okay, maybe? I mean, I think the theme is red and pajamas or something like that. Noodle, what are we even doing? What are we even going for here? I don't know. Someone earlier asked me to make a transmog, and then it got me thinking maybe I should actually try to make a transmog. And now I'm making a transmog whilst I wait for this group to form. And this is why I don't make transmogs. Like, look at this thing. This is the best I could come up with. I mean, it's not awful, but it's pretty bad, right? I mean, okay, I kind of like the arms. The arms kind of go. The arms kind of go. And the group disbanded. That's okay. Okay, I think we're going to save this outfit and call it a day. Okay, what would we rate this as a good mog? Is this a good monk mog? Is this what people rock up to in dungeons these days? You know, panda? I think it's a good one. Alright, unfortunately that group disbanded. I don't think they could find a tank or something. So we'll try on our quest for 18s. The positive now is that we have a couple of 18s in the bag. So when people actually look at me signing up, they don't think I'm an absolute slacker that doesn't have any of them. So I don't get invited. Basically, we've got a little bit of street cred, which is beneficial because you need that to get into keys. Try sign up for anything with a monk in it, because monks tend to like other monks, I think. My monk has Dragonfly Aberrus transmog. I think this is that. Am I crazy? Also, I teleport to this dungeon because I thought we were going to do this dungeon. Now I don't have it. Oh my god. Am I actually going to do this dungeon in this transmog? Also, I'm sorry that I said that this is the Aberrus transmog. This is a fucking mistake. Whatever my character's wearing is a mistake. I'm sure your transmog looks beautiful. I used to like the Voti transmog. The one where you were basically Rockman. But I think that worked better on little characters. Like, I played a Vulpera back then. I think it suited the Vulpera. But once I started, like, playing more humanoid models, it kind of just looked stupid. I mean, this outfit goes with Ban Lu. No, it does not. Actually, don't look. I hate everything about this. Maybe if my fur was, like... I don't know. So we're going back to Magus Terrace, which is good because that's the dungeon that we failed earlier. So it'd be good to get a bit of a redemption in it. Kind of surprised you got invited to this group, but to be fair, I thought it was more magic damage focused. It's a little bit of everything. It's actually just a bit of everything.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Oh my god, it's horrible. I'd remove me from this group just because I look like this. I mean, maybe if I didn't have the stick. Maybe it's the weapon. What are the flaws here? I feel like the tattoos do not go well with the, like, kind of blue fur I've got. I feel like I'm wearing sweatpants or pajamas, which also isn't great. I like the top half. Windwalker Monk needs more defensive cooldowns. Yeah, it does. You're correct. Yeah, it's a bit more than that though. I think it needs kind of a slight overall survivability overhaul to an extent. Like the problem wouldn't be fixed if we just got diffused magic back, is what I'm trying to say. There's a bunch of things that Windwalker really needs to bring it up to par with other DPS specs in the same sort of like survivability category that it should be in, which is not overpowered survivability, but which is reasonable, right? And it's not just more defensives. It's more stamina, better self-healing. Like Windwalker's in the bottom percentile, or bottom like few percentiles of all of these categories. And then when you add all those together, it's just kind of really rough. What route we going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the same route you always run because this dungeon is linear. Hello, how are you? I'm pretty good. I've been timing some keys today, so that always puts me in a pretty positive mood. Yeah, having some fun.
5, 4,
Messing about,
3,
timing keys,
2,
winning,
1.
complaining about Windwalker. It's a good day. It's a good day.
5,
Ask me again 5 minutes into this dungeon. Might be a different response.
1.
So mark that. Target this. Bring that. This trash pack is just not dying. Like, this should not be taking this long. Like, it's a little bit worrying. Like, I didn't want a double Zenith, but players were already dying on the first trash pack, right? I got to imagine people are holding for the next pull. Which makes sense, it's the last pull, it is the big one. But that was very low damage. It'll be okay, it'll be okay. Everybody chill, it's fine. See, in the last attempt I did of this, I did not puzzle box or Zenith this trash pack. But I'm just very concerned we're behind on damage. And so I'd be holding these for like... not even joking about like a minute, right? If I sent them on full here and it's 30 seconds. So that was... I'd say that's worth sending when I sent it. Something is spooky. We need a defensive when these guys die. I'm actually a defensive now. Yeah, they had to defensive that realistically. Because when these when the little mana worms die, you take more damage, right? You get this debuff where you deal more damage, but you also... I don't know if the debuff makes it so you take more damage. No, it's they explode, right? Sorry, it's the wrong way. So when they die, you gain more damage and healing. But they also deal damage when they explode. And so the group basically got obliterated by the AoE damage from the mini-boss, or I guess the big ad, it's not really a mini-boss, and the mana worms. So by fortifying Brew there, as Windwalker, one of the squishiest specs in the game, I barely took any damage because I got my defensive. Two other players just got one shot. So that's why we wiped. But the damage was very low there. Oh well, moving on to the next one. Another Magister's Terrace. I love this dungeon. Let me in. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Oh boy, we got excited. Oh, we get invited to two of them. Oh gosh, it's a tough one. I want to join this one, I think, with the warrior tank. I actually got invited to 3 separate Magister's Terrace, which is kind of unprecedented.
Haruvion rated my stream with 15 viewers.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Harubion. Appreciate it. Also, I'm gonna change mogs. Just out of embarrassment. I feel like if people see me wearing this, they might just think I don't know what's going on. And they'd be correct, but I don't want them to think that, except when like they see this mog, they're like, ooh, this is kind of a dangerous panda. When they see this, they're like, Jesus Christ, this guy's got no creativity. What am I looking at here? Now, how do I switch? How do I put this on? Do I just do that? Is it done? Nope. Okay. Try again. Purchase outfits. Please let me change? Oh, you just double click it. Right, okay, I'm stupid. See, that's what I mean, right? I don't want them thinking I'm stupid. Big love, hope your keys are going well. Click the icon to swap the mog. Thank you, appreciate it. Hope my keys are going well. They're going okay. Like, I mean, they're going as well as any Mythic Plus pug day can go. Let's put it that way. You time some, you deplete some. You know, it's a very mixed bag, but it could be going a lot worse. I think we've timed 4 keys today, something like that, which is not bad, to be honest. Trust me when I say that some days I'm lucky to time 1. I'm just trying to get this Magister's Terrace done at the moment. I've done 2 attempts so far. The furthest we got was the first boss. Remote work day with a legend on stream. Love to see it. Hey. Who's the legend on the stream? You watching someone else? Who are we watching? Who we got on? That was a very high-pitched squeak that I made. Let's move on from that. Me? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. What are we talking about here? I feel like there's a conversation going on about keys. Is there some rule of thumb on how to know which keys you should or shouldn't be doing? Not really. I mean, I kind of think that you can feel. I mean, I suppose there's like an unwritten rule amongst players, right? Where the higher key, I mean, at this point in the tier, it depends on what time you are in the tier, right? At this point in the tier, if you're trying to get into higher keys, and when I say higher keys, I genuinely just mean like anything maybe 16 plus-ish. Oh, actually, you know what? I'd put it even lower. People are very picky. You've got to understand right now, because of how much gear we have on offer, you are competing with people that are pretty much 290, right? Every key that you sign up to is 272. Unfortunately, now at this point in the tier, you will be competing against other Death Knights, other players that are all in the 280, 290 range. And so when it comes to being chosen, the person with the key is always going to choose the person with more gear, higher score, right? It's just how it is. So it's awkward. I do agree with the thing of you probably need to do your own key. But always the hardest part about doing your own key is if it's not anything above a 10, good luck forming a group, because my god, it is actual nightmare town trying to make a group. But anything under a 10 is just actual nightmare fuel. You don't get anyone signing up for those because it just is what it is. But like if it was earlier on in the tier when people had less gear, then as you said, 272, it's not so bad. Do you see what I mean, right? Like I don't like at 272 item level, you can do 10 to 14 keys. And you can go higher. I think at 272 item level, you could be doing 16s. They'd be tougher, don't get me wrong. They'd probably be a little bit challenging. You'd like suffer a bit of damage and it would be a bit harder to do. You could time it. The issue is, are you ever going to get invited to do those dungeons? The real answer is no, you just won't, because Unless it's your own key, right? Does that kind of make sense? Because like I had the same issue, right? When I was leveling my hunter, I wanted to do plus 12, not even asking too much of the keystone levels, you know, plus 12 so I could get the max amount of crests on my hunter, which was maybe like, you know, 260, 270 item level. You just get to climb from every key, right? Like it got to the point where I had to play with guildies just to be able to do my hunter, because every key that I'm signing up for, even though my character is fully capable of doing the 10s and the 12s, absolutely fine, no issue, whatever. There's like at least like 3 or 4 other hunters that also signed up for that key that have higher item level, right? And people are just gonna choose those players, right? So it's not that you can't, it's that it's very difficult. It's kind of, yeah, kind of the issue. Like making a fresh character, like as you say, like ding 90 a week ago, took more time to get the key from 2 to a 10. Like it is a fresh character trying to get into Mythic Plus is actually a nightmare if you don't have people you can play with. Like actually a nightmare. It's something I dread when like I have to make a new character and like no one's really playing WoW at the moment, and it's like, okay, how am I getting this character to a plus 10 keystone? Because nobody's gonna join my plus 2. And even if like I spend an hour trying to make this plus 2, no one's joining my plus 4 or 5. Like it's actually so difficult to get the initial plus 10 keystone unless you have people that like will just take you to boost it, right? So that does always suck. All right, so we've got a pretty melee comp here, which is kind of nice. Is it survival? No, it's BM. BM's still good. Hopefully we do a bit more damage on the first pull. So in an ideal world, I do not want to Zenith twice on the first pull. I want to do it on the second pull where, you know, the trash pack's actually more dangerous. There's like 5 casters in there or something. Okay, I exaggerate. There's 3 casters. But it feels like 5 sometimes. I'd like to get further into this dungeon than the first boss. But I feel like what catches people at the most in this dungeon, I think, at the start or in the midpoint, is the damage that you take from the little guys, because the little guys tend to always die at the exact same time. And they do a massive AoE, like they don't do a massive AoE, they each do an individual small AoE, but if they all die at the same time, it can catch you out really easily, and you take a huge chunk of damage. And if that overlaps with another damage from anything else, players just drop.
3, 2, 1.
It's kind of hard to avoid that. I'm getting stuck on a wall. I am stupid. I mean, I don't know if it was... Damage is definitely not low, but I don't think the sentry was prio-targeted. It's not too bad. I won't really overcap the Zenith. Jesus, that hurts. If I'm on full health, I survive it. Anything less, I probably have to Soothing Mist.
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
Do I double Zenith this? Yeah, I'm greedy. I don't need it on the next trash pack. The next trash pack is just the big guy with the books, and it's just not, it's not that deep. Plus, this allows me to build up stacks again for the trash pack afterwards, which is a lot more dangerous. I do want to calm this ignition though, because it hurts. Wow, that karma was really good. I felt like I reflected so much damage and took no damage there. He says omegally sarcastically because I felt like karma did absolutely nothing. I swear that shit just disappeared instantly. If you told me that I forgot to press karma there, I'd probably believe you. Alright, so now we have Puzzle Box and Big Zenith now.
But we can't afford to linger here.
Unauthorized entry.
To think Rama could go this far.
I'd like to not use Fortifying Brew here and have it up for the trash pack with the Mana Worms. Like, genuinely. I think I survived this. Yeah. Like, it feels very greedy to have not Fortifying Brewed there, but I was pretty confident I wouldn't get one shot. But the Mana Worm combo, like, Karma's just not saving me from that. Or I don't feel confident enough in such a Karma to save me from it, I guess is the better wording. Oh, please die. Please die. No. Okay, cool.
You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be in pain. The
So Fortifying Brew now.
destroy it.
The Hunter, like, absolutely annihilated those odds. And Fortifying Brew carried me through. And then we pull these onto the boss. This one I will have to Karma.
All students must follow policy. Policy demands compliance.
You can, like, you see how fast people drop. And then hopefully we just position this boss in a nice spot. I think he's going to do it fine. And then we're going to save Puzzle Box and that for when we get the damage amp. It kind of just lines up naturally, actually. Yeah, and then he's by the door, which means we're going to spawn absolutely 0 orbs. So we'll Puzzle Box now, and then we get the damage amp. Now, as you can see, in comparison to that other dungeon I did earlier, we had like 3 orbs, right? In comparison to like the 9. So you can just fully focus on damage. And that's what I mean by, like, you can do the boss both ways, but one way is so much easier. Is there a damage amp during the refueling cast? Yeah, there is. I think it's 20%. So we're not talking like massive damage amp. But if you can hold Zenith to rather use Zenith during that than outside of it, it is value. Yeah. So it lined up again, right? So now this is when I'm going to send it. So this is an awkward positioning, right? Because he's not by the door. It's because he's not by the door. We got every single orb. So I guess this is actually a good example of like the two situations. Because we had like a perfect positioning, and then we had one that looks like it should work, right? It looks like it's not right next to a wall. But it didn't. Alright, not bad. So a lot of damage is going to come out now when these worms die. So this is what we wanted Fortifying Brew for. Why we... I mean... that was a little bit sketchy. I didn't realize that we were holding the worms there to kind of nuke them down first. I thought we were going to pull them in. It wasn't the end of the world. I was looking at my healer's health bar. I was very terrified for them. I think this mob casts. Am I crazy? No, it's not. It's the Magisters that cast. I'm just gonna save Zenith now for the spell finder dudes. So they just need to be nuked down. Their dot is nasty. I could double Zenith here, but once again, there's another Spellbreaker pack that's coming up. Which is just as nasty. So I'd rather have as much damage as possible for that one. Oh, we're gonna health pop. That was horrible. Very lucky I got that interrupt off. I think someone would have just died. But I'd rather have big Zenith for this. It's only 2 mobs, right? Only 2 mobs, but they will wreck us. And I have no defensives, so I am genuinely terrified right now. The buff is over here. Let me see if I can grab this. Right, focus this one. It's got the Hunter's Mark on it. We've got a damage buff. Please God, keep me alive. The Cocoon of Blessings. I'm just going to pop Zenith again here. We get too many of these Runic Glaives and it's just GG. So you might be thinking, why is my damage so high here? It's because I took this magic little crystal, which is in the corner of the room. I don't know if it always spawns there, but we got lucky there was the spawn there. And it gives me a massive damage jump. Sometimes you take it before the boss, but I was just worried about these mobs. I just felt it was more necessary to send all cooldowns and everything on that than the boss, if that makes sense.
None shall lay hands on the Cynosure. The Cynosure remains here.
Don't worry, I res people now. I'm low-key goated like that. Alright, I have no defensives now, so I'm not terrified. But if I get one of these circles, it's probably not great. I'll take a lot of damage, basically.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel so greedy with how late I move in there. Sometimes I just don't think it's worthwhile. Sometimes I just think, go in at 1, you know, you don't need to go in at 0.5. But my DPS. And I'm not going to send Zenith now. I'm going to hold my Zenith with big stacks. For the next trash pack, the next trash pack is another massive one. I think we can probably just hold this outside of the arena. We don't need to go in. There's no point risking damage. Okay, so far so good. Our time's good, right? We're already like 2 minutes on top of whatever the hell I lasted here, so... We must be doing something right.
Serrano, the void has broken through. We...
Okay, I think this is all we're doing, which is fine. I don't mind going slow. Hello? I can't hit this mob on the staircase. I was trying to hit him with Rising Sun Kick, but he was LOSing me. Somehow. He's LOSing me still. I've had this issue before, actually. I've had this on my DK. On the final boss of... what's the dungeon? Seat of the Triumvirate. Where sometimes I cannot scythe Lura if she's in a very specific position, like the middle of the room. My scythe will just not go off on her. There's some very janky LOS spots to do with stairs. Alright, my dude is going. There's a lot of damage coming out here, so it's worth fortifying through for that. I want to hold Karma, otherwise I just have no defenses for any of the remaining packs. Tank is gone, but this guy's healing up. I'm gonna focus this turret. I'm gonna Karma this, because this is a lot of damage. Alright, now we have big cooldowns for the next trash pack. Alright, let's try and get some... I'll mark that into the Shadow Void Rift. Try Ring of Peace him closer. Shadowbolt hurts. I'm getting pounded right now. Let's try hit some CC. I think actually I'm going to switch targets to this guy. I think there's enough players to cover the bolts. I say that, but it got a little bit sketchy. No, there's too many ads here. What have we got? We've got leg sweep. Alright, leg sweep that. I'm just gonna pop defenses here. Oh, paralysis. Into fucking quaking palm panda fist. Don't worry, they removed all the casters from this game. Alright, casters should no longer really be an issue anymore. There aren't that many left in the dungeon. My puzzle box doesn't quite line up, it's a little bit awkward here. It might actually. I don't want to send anything on pull, I want him to make the goobers. Just about. And then triple Zenith, because they move away from each other pretty quickly. Fists won't hit everything there. Uh-huh. I'm basically gonna hold Zenith for when... Alright, we target lust ourselves here, just to give us some... Oh. I didn't get targeted. Alright, where's the paladin? Where is he? Operation Get Off the Floor, bozo. He's up! Pop a defense for this, move to the middle so the pools aren't, like, screwing everybody over. Alright, Tiger's lost ourselves here. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. I like the direction I'm getting sucked there. Although the damage isn't nice. Ow. Alright, he's going to triplicate here, so instantly send. A little bit awkward. I think that should have hit. Try moving to the middle of the room again. And we send again because these are kind of nicely stacked once again. That's a horrible position. Tiger's Lust. Oh god. Living life on the edge. These are horrible pools. I put them in the middle. I'm just gonna Karma here because I'm kind of terrified of the damage coming out. Yeah. What got me?
Survive.
Who cares? Move on. Alright, I will mark this guy. Oh. Since when do you pull all of this? This is new, I guess. I've never done that pull. I didn't have thought up. Thought was on like 3 seconds. Is this really the pull now? It'll be this guy. It'll be the caster that didn't get CC'd. There's so much damage. I'm just gonna try triple Zenith here. Just see if we can kill anything. This is so messy. What a horrible pull. Whoa, what a horrible pull that is. I guess it was intentional. I've just never done that. Okay. Paladin died on the stairs. RIP. There's no way that's intentional, by the way, because we're going to be over percent now, I think. Oh, we're not over percent. I'm fried. What did we skip then in this dungeon to make us have to do that pull? So this is a despicable pull. Jesus Christ. I almost got one shot through for. Oh, this mob needs to die yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it had to. Yeah.
Survive.
Still timeable, but we're just taking absurd damage at this point. It doesn't help that we just didn't have a lot of damage that pull. Oh, keep going.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm.
I think it was better to...
Monstrosity.
Maybe I should have just got combat res, not combat res, just res there. Maybe this was too slow. Probably a misplay on my part. And realize how long the walk was. Oops. Where to play this fight? I guess I'll play over here. Oh god, I don't want to play with the tank. Fuck that. Bro, it's in the goop. Are you actually... I hate my life. Keep calm. Everything's gonna be okay. He did run in there, so he was gonna get it, but it was just so late that I couldn't take the risk that you know what I mean? I couldn't risk that he wasn't gonna go in. Oh! He almost jumped on my head. I'm gonna have to health pot this. Alright, health pot down, and both defensives aren't up for a very long time. Why are you... Fuck this. I'm going the other side. I hate playing by the tank. Like, this happens every time I play by the tank. I swear to God. Nah, you get it. I'm not playing by you. If you're gonna drop, like, meteors on my head, you're insane. Deal with it yourself. That might be toxic. I don't care. The healer just took that orb. Actually, most stressful second half to this dungeon I've ever had. We timed it, but I've never done that route before. Like, I don't think it's inherently bad. I think it's probably it's a good pull. I think we got caught out by the fact that... What am I trying to look for here? This upstairs is really cooked. Yeah. No, okay, so okay, no. I retract everything I said. We weren't meant to pull this. This got extra pulled by accident. Yeah, because this really screwed us. Because this got pulled. And it's not even that bad that an extra terror came in. I mean, the Void Call is awful because just lots of damage. I think it was the issue the Void Waker got pulled, and it was just beaming us from the back, so that was a little bit awkward. Overall, fine dungeon. I swear to God, I hate playing this last boss. In the future, I'm never standing near the tank. Not worth it. It's not worth it. Like, if I had a penny for every time that the tank has crushed my face in on this boss, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's not great that it happened twice. But yeah, we've done well today. We've got 3 18s, Resi 17. Actually timed a lot of keys, and we've managed to get invited to a lot more groups than I thought we would. I thought I'd be spending a lot more time playing Wait for Group Simulator. Let's have a look at the rankings. How have we done today? I don't expect to be top 10. We've moved up about 200 places, which is quite good. So yeah, I think I should actively play more M+ on the Monk. I should be able to get pretty high. Like this is 18, right? And I don't actually think it felt that bad on Windwalker still. Obviously there are some rough patches where you do lose a lot of where you're like, Jesus Christ, this is rough. But there's nothing like most of the deaths I had, which was somehow 4, which is crazy. I think were my own fault. Like, in theory, I probably didn't have to stand near the tank and got crushed by him, so I guess I can be... I'll take, like, 20% of the responsibility for this. But there were a few other deaths I probably could have survived. Doesn't matter, time the key, who cares, GG. This boss is a bit annoying as tank, also since you don't know when healer will dispel you that you drop the pool on the ground. Yeah, I think I got caught out by that as well. So yeah, I am aware that it's the healer that removes the circle, isn't it? I think the best thing to do is probably have the healer and the tank play in the same area. Because obviously you have 4 quadrants, right? 5 players. So I think, like, in an ideal world, 1 DPS on each of these corners or whatever, and then the tank and the healer nearby each other, because then if the healer's the one that dispels it, they're not going to dispel it on their face. Right? I mean, they might, but they're probably less likely to dispel it on their own face. I find that that works the best. Doesn't matter, time key, who cares? Oh, the interrupts there. It was okay. I probably could have got more. Tank was doing work. Holy shit. I guess it doesn't count, it doesn't include, like, paralysis and things, but I probably definitely could have got more kicks. Yeah. So far, so good. Good day. I think that's going to be it for me today, my dudes. Good hustle. Good hustle. Highlight of the day was getting +3 stamina on my gloves. Yep. Now I feel like I kind of want to revoke my video now that I've got 3 stamina on my gloves, you know? Like, do we really need more stamina from talents? Like, 3 is pretty big. 3 is pretty big. At what key level do tanks have to move out of the pool? In a 14, a bear just stands in the pool the whole time. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on the tank and what gear they have, right? I mean, if they're standing in this on a 14, it might just not hurt in general. Like, sometimes abilities don't scale with dungeon keystones. It's like the pools on the first boss. They definitely tick for more damage, but they'll, like, surprisingly do a lot less damage than you think they would. So, trust me, I've stood in those pools more than I'd like to admit. And they don't really tick you down that hard. Yeah. That'll be it for today. Thank you for watching, hanging out, chilling, timing keys. Woohoo! Yeah. Have an awesome evening. And I'll catch you next time. See you guys later.